Good morning, everybody. Hope y'all are doing well.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
See, everybody's all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning and ready to go. Looking forward to a big day.
We're waiting on those biscuits.
Man, I tell you what, my wife said, go get some biscuits this afternoon. I'm already feel bad enough not to get to meet.
Yeah.
It's one of the ladies that works with us that covers the coastal area in South Carolina, that we're only making virtual visits to schools now. We're not actually going to schools, but said 3 of the schools that she had visited virtually this week in South Carolina, that they had it was becoming a crisis with them having enough teachers to cover the classes. So many of them are sick, but again, data manipulation. They've told, now they've not said to parents, don't have your kids tested. What they've said is you can send your kids to school if they've been exposed or if they've got symptoms, but now you can't send them if they test positive. And so they might as well have just put a big sign out front of the school that said, don't test your kids. Because if you test them and they test positive, you got to stay home with them. But you can go ahead and send them. Again, we'll talk about data manipulation. When you don't have control, you manipulate. We'll talk about 10 ways that you would data. But, I'm simply amazed. I mean, early on in the COVID era, I heard a national leader say, well, the problem is the reason the numbers are going up is people are getting tested, as if, we can, that the numbers are what was important, not that people were sick and dying. So it's tough out there. We have a number of people on campus. We have a number of our folks. We have a lot, obviously school of ed. We have a lot of school folks, and it's, I think it's worse than it's ever been. But that's because we didn't have the discipline to do the right thing.
Dr. Lamb, much like the school system over here, and and I know one of my students Wednesday night in my class, I teach at UNCC. She's an emergency room nurse.
Mm-hmm.
She told, I got 60 students in one of my classes, and she said, Pastor Williams, can I mention what's going on? And I said, yeah. She said, at hospital, she's in Concord, one hospital in Concord, whatever that hospital is.
Mm-hmm.
She said we have no more beds open.
Right.
And that's some data right there for you.
Yeah.
This is what she said. She said, so don't, she said, if you get sick, she said, don't get sick.
Yeah. Now, full disclosure here, my mother died of COVID, but she only had a matter of days to live. She was 90. This was fairly early on in the COVID pandemic of 2020. She only had a few days to live. She had terminal cancer. But we were fortunate to have hospice, and she died at home. But part of the reason why she died at home is there were no beds. It was May, and last May, the beds were full. Now, but what if she hadn't been? I often think, what if she hadn't been in a terminal situation, and there was no hospital bed? What if it's something that could have been prevented, or that she needed some care in a hospital? That was not an option for us. There are no beds, and that's a tough thing. Now, actually, right now, this morning, There is a memorial service for one of my best friends who died this past week. Similar situation. Again, no bed, but he was terminal. But and so he was able to receive hospice. Those angels came, but again, no bed. And he's in Charlotte, but again, no bed. But what if you were? What if you had something? God forbid you had something that you could be treated for, and all the beds are taken up by COVID folks that could have been prevented. The unintended consequences. That's I guess that troubles me. Some folks it's self-inflicted. Some folks they can't help it. Some folks their employers demanding that they come to the job. But what about folks who don't have COVID, who've done the right things but still need medical attention, as to David's point, and there's no beds? What do you do? There's just no beds. But the weekend after January 20th, when it was announced that this was a pandemic in 2020, I was on the road traveling home on that Friday before my Saturday class in Charlotte. We met that Saturday class, and I told them then that we'll never meet again. They said, why? I said, well, when they said pandemic, that means that one person can spread it to more than one other person. And this is going to get really ugly. Jeff Hamilton and I talked about there'll be millions of cases, unfortunately, if we don't get it under control, and it'll mutate. Now, we're not even the smartest fellows in the conversation. How did we know that? Because we simply looked at the data. Simply looked at the data and knew what was going to happen. And we knew that the importance of tamping down the number of cases, the spikes as they call them, was so that it wouldn't mutate. But now it has. While the vaccines are 95% effective to keep you from getting regular COVID, they're only about 55% effective against the Delta variant. That's the penalty for not doing the right thing, for pretending to shut down and not getting vaccine, not wearing a mask. I mean, these things were preventable, but we didn't have the will politically to do those things. We'll talk about that. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that, am I counting correctly? We've got 9. Who are we missing? Alexandra. Did she tell me she wasn't coming today, or? I thought everybody was coming today. All right, let's get started this morning. Welcome to 738. I want to start out doing introductions. Give me a quick introduction of who you are and what you do, and we'll move quickly today. All right, Kim.
Hey, Kim Ford. I'm the Director of Undergraduate Medical Education at Wake Forest for the MD program.
Welcome, Kim. All right, Melody.
I'm Melody Johnson, and I am a 5th grade teacher in South Carolina.
On the front line. David.
David Williams. I work as Community Affairs and Development Administrator out of the County Manager's Office in Gaston County.
Blair.
Good morning, I'm Blair Penn. I'm also a 5th grade teacher in North Carolina.
Marla.
Marla Harris, Associate Dean in Student Affairs at Central Piedmont Community College here in Charlotte.
Jamiko.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Jamaica McKenzie. I work at NC State as a residence life coordinator and working with our living learning communities as well.
Living and learning. They started that program when I was an undergraduate there. It was over in the tri-dorms, Carol Bowen and in those. I lived in Turlington there in the Central Campus. That's a story I could talk about forever and ever. Anyway, but welcome. Timothy. Timothy, you're muted. We don't have any sound. Nope. Now your mute button is on.
Froze.
Now he's frozen. We'll come back to Timothy. Candace, are you there? You're muted as well.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm having some technical issues with my camera, so I'm troubleshooting that right now. But good morning, everybody. My name is Candace Deol. I work in housing and residence life at North Carolina A&T.
NCA&T residents. All right. Timothy, you're still muted.
What about now?
We got you. All right, Timothy.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah. I'm Tim. I'm a development officer at UNC Chapel Hill, working primarily in the university libraries.
Well, welcome everybody. We're glad to have you. You all are in either higher ed or K-12 or city county government. That's kind of the sweet spot for DEOL. Those are the places we get most of our folks. Not that it matters, but I've had experience in all of those. And so hopefully I can relate, or we can relate, because if we start with the end in mind, the goal of this class, as I've told you, the goal of this class is that by the end of this class, you will pass your proposal defense. What you propose to do.
Lamb.
Good morning, Heather.
Good morning. You skipped me, but it's okay if you don't want to know more.
No, I didn't see. I'm sorry, Heather. Go right ahead.
No worries. Hey, peeps. My name is Heather Harrison. I work in residence life at Meredith College, and I predominantly serve first-year students.
Residents at Meredith. Oh, you folks, y'all bring back too many memories. Chapel Hill, Meredith, NC State. Obviously, I didn't attend Meredith. Is Meredith now co-educational?
Oh, only our grad program.
Grad
but
program.
Not undergrad and not living on.
Right. Yeah, only the extension program, the graduate program at Meredith. I'm sure all of you know Meredith is just up Hillsborough Street from NC State. We used to pilgrimage up there a time or two when I was an undergraduate. See how there weren't very many females at NC State when I was there. Not that it would have helped us anyway, but we tended to be habitués of Peace Meredith and St. Mary's, where the young ladies were. And unfortunately, you had to remember that during that time, Peace and St. Mary's were finishing schools. That means they had 11th and 12th graders, and then their first 2 years in college. You had to be a little careful there. And so that wasn't as big a deal as it is nowadays, unfortunately. But yeah, wonderful times. But to get back, so Alexandria is having problems. When she gets home, we'll talk with her. But again, the goal here is for us to have a defense proposal, a final presentation about our methodology, how we intend to collect data and analyze that data and then present a deliverable, an action plan to our partnering organization. That is our goal this semester, to get us to that point. Always start with the end in mind. Good to great, according to Collins. You start with the end in mind. And so let me review that right quick. It's just an overall, what are we doing here, Dale, kind of thing. So let me do that. Let me share my screen and we'll jump right in here. Okay. And so I've kind of summarized good to great. This is the whole book. I tend to be kind of direct to the point. Sometimes that hurts people's feelings, but I'm old enough that I can't change now. And so here we go. Start with the end in mind. I mean, that our goal here is to produce that defense, that presentation that contains our qualitative and quantitative methodology. That's our goal. My hope is to give explicit instructions how to do that desired model behavior. That link between I kind of know what you do, and I kind of know the partnering organizations, and I hopefully will be able to guide you to producing that desired behavior. I'll show you examples. I'll monitor and give you feedback. I'll try to be positive. Now, I might tell you that ought to be written in crayon. I might embarrass you or insult you every once in a while, but I'll try to be positive. Recognize means I'll grade your work. I'll give you feedback on your work. I will not ignore you. You could put work in every day. I'll get back to you. For example, I've already seen responses to Salkind's chapter 1. Absolutely marvelous. I've graded the test already. I'll get you every day. And then, reward behavior. I don't worry about grades, but if you play along this semester, you won't have to worry about your grade, because I will reward expected behavior. That's how that works. And so as we dive in this morning, the first thing that we have to do in any research methodology inquiry, we have to have a set of terms and understandings. We have to know the language of what we're doing. Now, full disclosure, what I am charged to do with you this semester in a 6-hour course block is what took me 22 course credit hours at Chapel Hill. Now, that was a long time ago. It took 22 hours over the course of a 3-year study, course of study, where you get it in 6 hours. So I'll just tell you up front, it's a whirlwind. It's a lot. We're going to move quickly. We're going to try to hit qualitative, quantitative, improvement science. We're going to try to hit it all. So having said that, do not hesitate to turn your speaker on and talk and ask questions. This is not just a set and get kind of thing. If you don't understand something, let's get it out up front. There are no dumb questions. There's only dumb people who won't ask questions. This is, I'm not just concerned about pitching. I'm more concerned about you catching. Assessment drives instruction, and I need to know that you're getting this material. So with that said, we're going to dive right into our terms this morning. All right, so here are the things that you need to know. Here's the language you need to be able to speak. Here's what we've got to do. Let me check that email right quick. It just popped through.
It was for me. It's not material.
Okay. All right. That's what I was. All right. So back to where we were here. All right. So we start with discipline inquiry. What is this? That's what we're trying to do here. That is the kind of the heart of what we're doing is discipline inquiry. And so we could spend a day talking about what discipline inquiry is. Alexandra, are you on?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us who you are right quick, and then we'll get back to where we were.
I'm Alexandra Arrington. I'm hailing from Charlotte. I'm a consultant and trainer in the education and digital literacy space. I also do some project management in that space. Good morning,
Oh,
cohort. Nice to meet you, Dr. Lamb. Sorry, my email was about, I couldn't find the link, so
okay,
my apologies for my tardiness.
okay. The link will always be under the weekly session. It'll be there. I've already got it mapped in. We just click the button, it'll bring you right to us.
Awesome.
Thank you. So discipline inquiry is simply means we follow the rules. There are rules on all the things that we do. Now we have to enforce those rules upon ourselves. Generally in all research, what happens is we peer review, we present at conferences, we have peer readers, reviewers before we publish. But even in practical application in organizations, we still have to be disciplined in our inquiry in terms of what we're trying to do, that we are following those rules, that we don't cherry pick our data, that we don't disguise anecdotal information as actual data, that we don't select our sample rather than let it happen randomly, that we ascribe population tendencies or characteristics to a convenient sample. And we'll talk about those things as we go through, but that we follow the rules, that we self-impose the rules. That's disciplined inquiry, that we're disciplined enough that we follow the rules, that we don't, that our, when we send out a survey and we only 100 surveys and we only get 3 back, that we don't continue on and pretend that those 3 are representative of the entire 100 population, that 3-person sample, that we impose that 35% minimum return rate on ourselves, that we don't cheat. That's what disciplined inquiry is. And so with that one in mind, let me tell you the top 10 ways to cheat with data. These are things, now today is going to be kind of a summary of the entire course. You may not understand some of these things yet, but we'll kind of walk through these. So under the notion of discipline inquiry, what are the top 10 ways that people cheat with data? Now, I'm not going to teach you these. I'm going to teach you how to cheat with the idea that you won't, that you will be ethical in your behavior. But here are the top 10 ways that people cheat with data. All right, use an invalid measure or a validated measure incorrectly. All right, I'm wearing a pretty good wristwatch. This is the nicest watch I've ever owned. This was given to me a few years back for my 60th birthday. It's a really nice Swiss chronometer. It's a tag hour. If you know anything about those, I would never buy something to be this indulgent myself, but this was a gift. Now, it is a supremely validated chronometer. But it is no good to measure weight or time. It measures time, but not weight. And so using an invalid measure, something that we pretend measures some things that really doesn't, or we take something that everybody knows is a validated measure, but we use it incorrectly. That's the first thing that we do. The example is using a watch, to measure weight. It's good for time, but not for weight. Using a validated measure unreliably. Example, allowing test administration outside mandated security protocols, such as allowing access to the test prior to administration. We've got 2 teachers, one from North Carolina and one from South Carolina here today. There are rules about how you give a test, a state mandated test. There are rules. You can manipulate the outcome of the test by not following those rules. That's reliability. Now the test, say we're given a math test in 5th grade. The test is supposed to measure how much math you know. That's validity, how much math a kid knows. Reliability is that from Murphy to Manteo in North Carolina and from Chesney to Charleston in South Carolina, that no matter where we are in the state, that we give it the same way so that the results are reliable, that the test shows up. So when I was a high school principal in Charlotte, I'd have to get up really early because we have an early start high school. I had to, but I'd have to be up really early or even earlier and be over at Marjorie Alexander Professional Development Center over on West Boulevard and pick up the end of course tests. I'd go pick them up in the morning. I'd drive straight to school. The teachers would be waiting for me in the cafeteria. I would distribute the test, to each of the teachers, none of my 6 APs or any of the rest of the staff. I had to be the one, hand them the test. They would go and give the test during exam period. They would bring them back to me. I would drive them back and they would be scanned. We'd get the results. That's how it was for years and years and years. And then schools began to complain. And they said, that's just too much trouble. We have to stop and have an exam schedule. What about makeups? Oh, it's terrible, terrible, terrible. And so they started allowing the tests to be on campus up to 2 weeks in a secure location for 2 weeks prior to the test so that test administration would be easy. Well, surprise, surprise, Gomer, the test scores went up. So there was a high school in not far west, but the Western Piedmont of North Carolina, in a 3-county high school, three high schools in the county, and they were high, medium, and low in terms of the lowest school in terms of the population, the demographics. They'd always scored about 55% on grade level. The middle high school, kind of the blue collar, but into white collar. And that part of the county, they'd always scored about 65% on grade level in high school. And the high school in the county seat, they had all the doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs, the mill executives. They'd always scored about 75%. 20 years of data, 75, 65, 55. Well, the middle high school got a new principal. All of a sudden, they went to 85. They outscored, the best and the brightest. The high school had always been. The other two stayed the same. And so they said, oh my God, it's a miracle. People came from far and wide to see the miracle. It was like the water stain of the face of the baby Jesus on the side of the wall. People came and everybody was kind of turned around and looked at one another and they were like, we don't get it. And so they asked him, he said, oh, it's just high expectations. What does that mean, high expectations? We see no evidence of what's happening different here to make the scores jump 4 standard deviations. That should have been the first clue. Anytime you get results more than 3 standard deviations, somebody cheated. The probability of getting 4 standard deviations a game in test scores on a criterion reference test, 5 points is a standard deviation. They got a 20-point. They didn't change faculty. They didn't change students. How do you get 4 standard deviations a game? Well, I knew they were cheating without even having to go drive up there. But people who went came back and said, we don't get it. The kids are just kind of sitting around on their own. Teachers are just, they're just kind of reading the newspaper. What's happening? Well, they were conditioned. They would wait, just kind of while the semester away until 2 weeks before the exam, and then the study guide showed up, which miraculously was, mirrored the test. And so they'd all sit around for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden their test scores jumped 4 standard deviations. Well, that went on. I knew the superintendent well. She was actually my first cousin. I knew her well, and I knew she knew that they were, but what do you do? This is a high school. If you say they're cheating, you invalidate their scores. What happens to college admissions? What happens to scholarships? What happens in the public in the public purview? What do you do? Well, she just kind of had to abide it. But then, unfortunately, for everybody involved, Common Core came along. We're going to have a new test. It's going to be based on national standards rather than state standards. And guess what? those old test administration rules. It shows up the day of. Well, what do you think happened when they had to take the test that showed up the day of? So again, they previously had been 75, 65, and 55. The 65 now went up to 85, 4 standard deviation. What do you think happened? All right, the school that was at 55, what happened on theirs? They stayed at 55. That's who they were. Remember, comparative accountability is about who you get, not about what you do with it. They stayed at 55. The upper school that had always been at 75, guess what they scored? They scored 75, same as they always had. What happened to the school that manipulated from 65 to 85? What happened to them? All right, we're going to get some guesses here. What happened to them? They went down, but how far did they go down? Did they go back down to 65?
Lower than 65.
Lower than 65, Jamiko says. It's like Let's Make a Deal. Well, that's one of my favorite stories. We'll talk about Let's Make a Deal later. That's one of the better theories in psychology and statistics. Actually, my buddy that lives just right behind me, about 8 houses, he's at Wake Forest. He's a professor there, and he does Let's Make a Deal. That's his theory. We'll talk about him later. He's a professor in psychology there. So David says 55. Everybody get your guess in. Get your guess on this morning. They cheated for 3 years. They cheated. Basically stopped instruction. Kids just sat around. Teachers didn't do anything. So we got 40 and 35. Y'all haven't got low enough yet. They fell to 27% on grade level. 27% on grade level. How'd that happen? If you stop teaching, guess what happens? They stop learning. They dropped to 27%. Well, they quietly moved the principal out. I mean, he all of a sudden had a job over at the bus garage. I don't know if he was washing them or working on them, but he quickly had a job over at the bus garage, as he should have had. He should have had to went home. But, and everybody was like, well, we're just so shocked. If you make 4 standard deviations again, I don't have to watch to know you're cheating. There has to be manipulation involved. And so the data will tell you what's going on if you're just smart enough or paying attention enough to know. And so he simply manipulated the reliability of the test. When it came, his teachers just Xeroxed it and made study guides out of it. I mean, that's how that manipulation occurred. Now, we've seen thousands of examples where, one of my colleagues in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and who I really love, he was at Hidden Valley. Al was over there. I won't give his last name, but it's public knowledge. They could just get together after the test before they turned them in and just have a party, sit around with erasers and erase the kids' hamper and just bubble them in. They got caught doing that. Al ended up at the bus garage too. Matter of fact, what a coincidence. That's where Al ended up, was at the bus garage. That was in CMS. That was during my time, 20 some odd years ago. But how many times have we seen that? We've seen institutional cheating. CMS hired a consultant out of Brazosport, Texas one time. He came in and did his presentation at the summer conference. Georgia, people went to jail. I mean, they had the whole district in and around Atlanta was cheating. That superintendent who had left, they actually fired her from the job she'd taken in Seattle when they found out that they had institutionalized the cheating. The same thing happened in Houston and some districts around there. They brought this guy in as a consultant. We as high school principals went and we said, well, number one, they simply have a test, a high school competency test. We're talking about end of grade criterion reference where you got to know things. It's apples and oranges, but when we said, all right, we'll listen to him. What's he telling us? Well, high expectations. Well, that's the effective school stuff from the 80s that we've known that that stuff was just, the data was faked. We know that wasn't ever true. That was all based on a lie to begin with. What do we got to do? Tell me, if you give me the steps, I can get up on the roof. I can't get back and get a run and go and get up on the roof. But if you give me enough steps, if you scalpel me, I can get there. Tell us what the steps are that led to the Brazos Fort miracle. Well, and I said, I don't see it. The emperor has no clothes. Well, I was just being difficult. Well, yeah, I am. And I've always been that way. But I don't see how we're getting from point A to point B by just saying high expectations. What does that mean? Nobody knew. Well, about November, it hit the airwaves that they had an organized cheating scandal in Houston and all the surrounding. They just cheated. And Rod Page was the Secretary of Education. This was in Bush 1. He had to resign. He had been the superintendent in Houston, and all those guys, they all fled like, underneath the refrigerator like cockroaches because they didn't want to go to jail. I mean, that's what happened in Atlanta. They had to go to jail, and he all of a sudden dropped off a mountain. And they couldn't find him. They were, it's like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? They couldn't figure out where he was because these people had defrauded their districts and taken dollars. He was making millions as a consultant, and people wanted their money back. And so if it's too good to be true, it is. There is no, as Meatloaf said, there is no Coupe de Ville hiding in the bottom of a Cracker Jack box, the old song. There is no miracle. There is no water into wine except in the Bible and Jesus. And unless you're Jesus, there is no miracle. It's just a manipulation. You've either just straight out cheated, the validity of the test is no longer there, or you've manipulated the reliability. You've gone outside of testing protocols. But either way, you have manipulated the reliability, how you give the test, or the test itself's validity. You've done one or the other. And the data will tell us that. The chances of getting 3 standard deviations of gain are roughly that of my hair growing back. It's possible, it's just not probable. It's it's like winning the lottery. 4 standard deviations of gain is the winning the lottery times 1 billion that you could do that. And so when you see those kinds of things, you have to know that these people have manipulated what's going on. So back to how to cheat at data. Disguising anecdotal information as validated data. Collecting and distributing analysis subjective information which implies validated objective data. This one is pretty easy to understand and kind of hard to explain. Anecdotal information is just things I've observed, things that I've seen that I've heard, wives' tales, what we refer to as common sense, those kinds of things. We really don't have any. We really haven't researched and validated those things. We just believe them to be true. And we disguise that as information. What's going on now is, in our country, and if I insult somebody, it's quite intentional, by the way, on the vaccines. All these wives' tales about vaccines right now that are masquerading as data and truth, when they're just wives' tales, they're just anecdotal. I know somebody that got sick from the shot, or those kinds of things. The data is quite contrary to that. How about how safe the vaccines are? But widely held opinions, that we allow people to express their opinions as if they're actually fact. because I know a guy or I know somebody. That's anecdotal. That's not what the data says. And so the anti-vax crowd are clinging on to all these little pieces of anecdotal data, and they put them together in a package that, you know, not understanding that the opinion of 1,000 idiots is still just the opinion of an idiot. Strength in numbers does not apply in research. We only, just the facts, ma'am, kind of like the old Dragnet series. That's what we're looking for. But we take people who take different things from here or there or other places, and we act like it's data. For example, we're over at Craig Hall on the campus at Gardner-Webb, and Jamiko and I are standing outside, and I take Jamiko up on the roof and I make him drink a gallon of water, and then I throw him off the roof. And I expected Jamiko to fly. So I go get Jamiko, and then the double loop theory kicks in. What we commonly, Alger's double loop theory, which we commonly call the theory of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I take Jamiko back up on the roof. This time I make him drink 2 gallons of water. I throw him off again. The problem is anecdotally, I've seen birds drink water. So what have I put in my mind? I have made a correlation or a causation that drinking water will make you fly. There's no correlation or causation there. But anecdotally, I saw every bird I've ever seen drink water. That has to be what makes them fly. Has to be. Every one I've seen drinks water. That's anecdotal. And that's the danger of anecdotal, is we operationalize or act on that. And we just keep on doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Or, as we used to call, that's the theory of insanity. It's Chris Argyris' double loop theory. Dr. Argyris was a professor at Harvard. I did my postdoc with him at Harvard, and he died at 99, but he was the smartest man I ever met. Argyris' double loop theory. That's one of your theoretical frameworks that you will use for this course when you do your final presentation, your proposal. There are 5 there at the end of the terms. We'll talk about those today, but that's one of them. Is that we have to be sure. We can't use anecdote. We have to be sure that this is a correlate to that or causes that. We can't just take anecdotal. I've seen birds drink water that way. And if I give Jamiko water, he'll fly. No, it doesn't work that way. No, that's the theory of insanity, or Argyris' double loop. Now, Lamb's triple loop theory is what we kicked in when I used to work in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and that's the theory of stupidity. That's when you hire more people to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. That we just go, we up the intensity. Well, that doesn't work. Then we up, when it continues, the variable that we manipulate, when it's not changing the outcome, the first thing we do, we do it harder. Then we do more of it. And we hire more people to do it harder and more of it. No amount of water that I make Jamiko drink is ever going to make him fly. We have to acknowledge that right away. But at the heart of that, the kernel of truth, the heart of that problem is that we have mistakenly, and sometimes not mistakenly, in the vaccine world, we have mistakenly used anecdotal information and disguised it as real data. That's that's a refuge of the scoundrel. That's the way that you cheat. And so the medical community, more than any other community, I fear, battles all those wives' tales and anecdotal rather than evidence-based medicine. And remembering that in social sciences on our side of the aisle, we allow 5% error rate, while medicine is 1%. They're even stricter in their standards, but they battle anecdotal wives' tales daily, unfortunately, in our society. Share my screen again. Choose your data source. Oh my Lord. Cherry picking the data that is a narrative position, ignoring the data that is not. One of the worst things that's happened in sports talk radio and TV sports sports TV is commentators, and Skip Bayless is the prime example. He's gone from ESPN to Fox, surprise, surprise, cherry picking data. And he advances all of these arguments. For those of you who are not sports fans, he has ruined sports for many people, to the point where you can't watch it or listen to it anymore because it's all about these agendas. He cherry picks these little data points, to imply that, for example, that LeBron James is just an average player, always has been. Now, I've been around a while. I used to wait Saturdays to see, Lou Alcindor, who's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, to see him play at UCLA. Back in the day, I have followed basketball since I was forever. I have never seen a talent like him in my life, in person. Now, remembering Skip Bayless is a TV commentator that cherry picks data. His show is, what's the name of his show now? His whole point of his show is he first take is he pulls data for his argument. It's an argument. They do a debate every day, and they bring in data, but he just cherry picks his. Now, remembering, I saw David Thompson at NC State, the first most tremendous athlete I'd ever seen. I saw Michael Jordan at Chapel Hill. I saw Julius Erving in person. I saw every physical phenom. I saw the human highlight film. Somebody help me out. Played at Georgia. And then Dominique. I saw Dominique play. I've seen all of them play in person. I've never seen anything like LeBron James, ever. The most incredible athlete I've ever seen. If you've ever been around an NBA player, the first thing that that doesn't surprise you is how tall they are. But what does surprise you when you see them for the first time is what physical specimens, how thick they are, how wide they are, how athletic they are. You can't imagine it until you see it in person, what tremendous athletes they are. And LeBron James, of the greatest athletes in the world, tremendously better than anything I've ever seen, exponentially better. But because we cherry pick data points, to try to argue against what you to present a point. I mean, it makes no sense. But that's his. He picks enough data points. We do that. Now we see that because we can see LeBron James. We see what he's done in play, so we know that he's manipulating the data. But what happens if you can't see? Then you tend to believe those people and their perspective. But they have not looked at all the data. They have just cherry picked. They had a solution, and they're hunting the problem. It's just like when a consultant, Alexandria is a consultant, like when she goes out and she tells everybody, this is what you need, regardless. One of our case studies, a case of wine, and Alexandra. A case of wine, you're coming in, the person in the case study is coming in after a consultant who's already been there. And his solution to their problem was they needed an organizational chart. Well, that consultant, everywhere he went, he needed that was his solution, regardless of what the data was. He cherry picked regardless, so that we call that a solution, not the problem. The irony of the case of wine, the organizational chart, that was their problem. They didn't have the 6 employees. I mean, they could all get in the cab together. Why would you need an organizational chart in an organization with 6 employees? But that was his standard. Guess what? When he went to the next place, if they had 6 or if they had 100, guess what their problem was? They needed an organizational chart. That's what cherry picking data leads to. is I go find the things I want to find because I can plug and play this solution to the problem. Instead of looking at the data as a whole and being disciplined and ethical in your inquiry, you just cherry pick what you want. I use Skip Bayless as an example because folks generally, but news commentators, you know, on political. So on one side you've got Rachel Maddow, and on the other you've got Hannity and what's the other fellow, Tucker Carlson. They're kind of, you know, either end of the spectrum, but they all just pick the things that they want to seize on to for the point that they're trying to make. In ethical research, we go find the data and it tells the story rather than us telling the story and just finding data that supports it. It's an inverse function here. An ethical discipline researcher goes finds whatever's there and then says, this is what I found. Instead of saying, this is, you know, this is my point of view, this is my perspective, this is what I'm trying to preach. Now let me go find some data that supports that. In the consultancy world is I sell this solution. So I've got to go find data that matches that. So I can say, I only know I'm a one-trick pony. We hired a superintendent one time in Charlotte. He was a one-trick pony. He had been in the part of the world where ADD, advancement via individual determination, is a program for first-time college kids, first time in their family to go. It's a series of, you know, taking notes and some things. He brought that to Charlotte. That's all he knew. Y'all need this. Well, some did and some didn't. Where I was principal, we didn't need it. Our kids weren't high enough to be in that kind of thing. I mean, we needed remediation. My wife was at the other end of the scale. She was at a lab school, an IB school, 240 best and brightest kids in Charlotte-Mecklenburg on the campus of Davidson College, right across the street here from Lake Norman, where I live, right across the water. Why they did not have a kid in the building whose parents weren't in college, weren't college graduates, not one. They were the smartest kids in the district. They were those little kids that wore glasses so thick you couldn't let them get in sunlight. They'd burn paper up. I mean, these are the most brilliant kids you've ever seen. You know, I would tease my wife all the time, but the most important person in the organization at Davidson IB was the custodian. So why in the world was that? You know, as long as you get the front door open every day, whoever's got the key, the test scores walk right in. These brilliant kids, why would they need to have it? But everybody had to have it because that was his solution. And when it didn't change the fortunes of CMS, he didn't know what to do. But he was a one-trick pony, a solution hunting a problem. Oh, we got this. Only 30% of the kids in the district needed the program. So I'll never will forget, after the first year, he called us into the boardroom and the Ed building downtown on now Martin Luther King, used to be 2nd Street, and just rant and rave that we put kids too low in the program. That's all I got. I was a junior high principal in the inner city. I ain't got any higher to put in there. I can't help him. You know, he wanted kids that were higher. Well, then the ones that were higher, like at my wife's school, they didn't need the program. So the whole notion is if we manipulate and we pick kids that we know are going to be successful, I mean, that's just a solution hunting the problem, because the program didn't help. It could help 30%, but the other 70% didn't need it, or it wasn't relevant to them. That's the problem with cherry picking your data and solutions hunting the problem. A one size fits all, rather than letting the data tell you the story of what you need. You've already picked what you need. Now the data, you're just trying to pick data that supports that choice that you made. That is how you cheated data. Choosing a reporting system that preordains the outcome. For example, as I said, when you have schools that are district, and that's how they get their population, the outcome is predetermined. Comparative accountability, when you compare one school to another, that's just about who you got. Has nothing to do with what you did with it. I mean, comparative accountability just tells you that, you know, that it reflects, the test scores reflect what you got from that district, the wealth, the education, the race, the gender, all those kinds. That's all comparative accountability does. But we call that school performance. Well, that's comparative is not performance. It just tells you what you got. Growth accountability tells you what you did with it. But we don't want that. We, just like I was talking about it, where my wife taught school, they were going to be at 99% every year. That didn't have anything to do with what they did with them. They walked in that way. They couldn't get in unless they were that high. Had nothing to do with what you did with them. Comparative speaks to who you have. Growth speaks to what you did with them. But too many times we disguise, we gerrymander and move district lines so that some schools are always going to do well and others aren't in terms of comparative. But what did you get a year's growth out of it? That tells us, what you did with it, not who you got. So we do that. The next is change the metric. And this one I saw this morning. It may still be, the headline may still be up. We'll look for it in just a second. So the big deal over the last 3 or 4 years, even prior to COVID, was unemployment rate. The administration that was in the White House every day beat the drum about the economic, that they had come back from that the economy was thriving, that we could, that we'd come back from all the issues that we'd run into, that President Obama had to get us out of, that, the economy was back and it was thriving. And people said, what are your data points that you can say that it's back? Look at the unemployment rate. Lowest in history, 4%. I know plenty of people, again, it's anecdotal. I know plenty of people that aren't working. I have a second home in another part of the state that I stay at a good bit. I was there until yesterday because it's a lot closer to Gardner Webb and easier to get to. And so people in that county, not many of them working, poverty and troubles and all this. How is it that unemployment can be this low? Well, I did a little research and found out that we had, without announcing it publicly, the last administration changed the definition, the operational definition of unemployment. So now you're only unemployed if you are receiving unemployment benefits. And since we've cut those down to a much shorter period of time, we count unemployment. You're only unemployed if you're getting short-term benefits. Well, how's that? Well, now if you don't have a job and you're not getting benefits, you're no longer unemployed. You're just not in the workforce. That is the new title for those people. So again, we just changed the metric. We changed the definition of what unemployment is, and so we could claim, look at the unemployment rate. The real unemployment rate is probably never gotten in the last, since the economic crash of 2008, I would say, and especially in the COVID era. We probably were at about 12% unemployment prior to COVID. We're probably in the 30% range now. But we point to, there's only this many people getting benefits. There's only this many people unemployed. No, whether you call them unemployed or not in the workforce, they don't have a job. And again, we manipulate operational definitions. We changed the metric, how we measure something. It didn't change people not having a job. It just, it was just a political talking point for us. We do that in research all the time. That's why when we enter into a research study, one of the things that we have to do is define our operational definition. What are our metrics? How do we measure things? We have a common language. And so I noticed this morning, so in part of the narrative of low unemployment is if we stop benefits, we'll drive people back to work. Well, the majority of people who are unemployed aren't getting benefits already. Let's be clear here. The narrative that you've heard in the last 2 months, 3 months especially, is if we stop unemployment benefits, all these lazy people who aren't working, they'll be forced to go back to work. Well, only a small percentage were getting unemployment benefits. Probably 90% of the people who aren't employed aren't getting benefits. So stopping benefits, will that cause people to go back to work? Let's look and see. I'm going to go to chat in just a second here. Ending unemployment benefits hadn't led to job gains. Surprise, surprise, Gomer. We advanced the false narrative that unemployment was historically low. It was not. And we fell for that, and we operationalized that to the point where we came to believe that if we just stop unemployment benefits, all these people will go back to work. 90% of the people who weren't in a job weren't getting benefits. So manipulating benefits would have no impact on 90% of people who didn't have a job. So they've ended unemployment benefits, and guess what? People didn't go back to work. That's the danger that you get into, is you build several other lies on top of, the big lie, and then all these other things that you try to build on top of that, then it all comes crashing down. So stopping unemployment benefits did not affect the job market. It did not force or encourage people to go back to work. The entire premise that was built on was a fallacy, because it was from a data manipulation. Let me say that again. It was based on a data manipulation. And so everything after that is tainted and will not work. So the whole notion of how to get people to go back to work was, this is our solution. But because it was based on a lie to begin with, it didn't work. And we're surprised. We're shocked now. Shocked, I tell you. Well, if you did a little research, you saw too many people unemployed to believe that it was only 4%. But that's just anecdotal. And then you do a little research, you see, we've changed the definition. Let me pause here.
Dr. Lamb.
Yes.
So help me understand, based upon in terms of the number of unemployment, that isn't necessarily representative of who is unemployed. So
who doesn't have a job?
Who doesn't have a job, right?
Yeah.
And so I was just sitting here thinking, what is the take on people like needing, because they're couching labor. We run out of labor because people don't want to come back to work. Right. So that's an issue too. So can you? So it's not so much that when you see all these signs, we're trying to hire this person, and people just don't want to come back to work. That's not necessarily the solution. It's just, that's not the problem. The problem is we just got population growth, or what? Can you speak?
Why we see all these people and why people can't get employees? It's very simple. We don't pay enough. We don't pay a living wage. My wife and I had a discussion last weekend when I was at home about affordable housing in the Charlotte region. We live here at Lake Norman, halfway between Charlotte and Statesville. But I've worked in Charlotte for majority of my adult life, worked in Charlotte. Even when I first started working for Gardner Webb, I was in Charlotte and Statesville before I came to the main campus 6 years ago. I did the last 20 years of my public education career in Charlotte Mech. I did the first 15 in the woods of the West, different districts there. And coming here, it's not about me, but the notion here is we talked about affordable housing. And the problem with affordable housing is this: how cheap does it have to be for people to afford it? And when you're making $7 and a quarter an hour, there is no such thing as affordable housing. You got to make $15 an hour for there to be anything that you can afford. So that's the fallacy of affordable housing. Affordable for who? There's no such thing as affordable if you're only making $7 and a quarter an hour. The reason why people can't hire folks is it won't pay them. Real simple. We'll give you a little signing bonus. No, I need a living wage. I need to be able to have a living wage so that I can, if there is affordable housing, I can afford it. The problem in the Charlotte region, I can tell you very simply, is we won't pay enough. And I can't tell you the number, the two specific little businesses here right around us that their business model is hire kids. I've seen several, but I think of those two because I know the folks associated with that is you know, their whole business model was based on we're going to hire kids. McDonald's business model, and I know those specific because they were small business. You know that's McDonald's business model. We hire kids or we hire retired people. So we don't have to pay a living wage. These are kids that live at home or retired people on fixed income already. That's their whole business model. Well, when those kids have other options, or they realize that I can't do that, they can kind of work in the gig economy and do other things and work off tips and do Uber and deliveries and find ways to monetize and you know, whether some of it, by the way, is not legal, but they do it anyway. When you can do those things, you're not going to go to work for $7.25 an hour. And so if you paid $15 an hour, you'd have a line out the door wanting to come and work for you. That's a real simple. We just don't want to pay. We believe that we ought to be. Income disparity is the greatest in the history of our country between what executives make and what workers make. We don't want to make a profit. We want to make a windfall profit. What's the most popular business show on TV? Shark Tank. You ever watch Shark Tank? I want to throw stuff and break TVs when I watch those people. They are just thieves. You know, I've got to have a taste. I've got to make more than that. You know, my company's valued at this. I'm not half of that. That's modern business. It's just slash and burn, starve people out, move offshore, and then give it back as a philanthropist. I'm a wonderful human being. Look at all these charitable things that I've done. But you starved your employees to death. You outsourced. You destroyed the economy of the country to outsource. Then you gave a few dollars back to charity, and now you're a saint. I hope there's a corner of hell that's a little hotter for those people, by the way, that have done that and wrecked our society. But business doesn't want to make a profit. They want to make a windfall profit, and they're doing it. And they have decided the way that to do that. They've outsourced everything they can, and now that we can't outsource things that are actually brick and mortar here in the country, the way to do the windfall profit on that is to make it on the backs of employees. I mean, you cannot debate the actual numbers, which is that executives in businesses average 17 times the compensation of their line employees. That's the highest in history. That's just data, folks. That's just numbers. You know, but no buts this, no buts that. It's 17 to 1. You know, when our economy was thriving in the times past, it was 3 or 4 to 1. It's now 17 to 1. There's a reason why you can't get people to come work for you. You know, that's the notion. Now, let me be clear. I live a life of privilege. I have more than I ever thought I would have. I live in the richest town in North Carolina. I live here in Cornelius on the Gold Coast of Lake Norman. I mean, you know, you can't throw a rock without hitting a millionaire. Multi-million-dollar houses. It's the lifestyle here is ridiculous. Now, do you think I have trouble getting employees to come here to my house and work or in the community here because they know we'll pay? I don't have any problem getting anybody here. I can get an electrician. I pick up the phone, get one before the day's over. I can get a roofer. I can get a plumber. I can get anything here before the day's over. I can get anything I want here, because now they'll charge ridiculous prices, and they know that people, I don't have a problem. There's plenty of people here that'll work because they're compensated well. I've had three different people in. One just needed some work, but two, because of the storm a couple of weeks ago, that had to do some work. I'm too old to get up on, and too big to get up on the roof anymore. I feel embarrassed that I'll do that. I can't do that, but I got to remember my age and size and those things. So I don't get up on the roof. So I had a fellow come, and right here, you can see my bay window, come and seal my copper bay window. We had a microblast, a spout came down the lake, and so I had to have some work done on the back of my house and on the front. I put my request in, the home advisor put my address in. I had 3 people call before. I swear I hadn't even hit the button and my phone started ringing. Because it's a premium. They know that we pay a living wage here, or that if you're here that you've got the money to pay a living wage. Now, I suspect they overcharge me, but that's the way the world works here. If you want service, you got to pay for it. If you want people to work, if you'll pay them, they'll come. I seriously had people here. The plumber was here the next day. He called me that day and said, I'll be there in the morning. The roof guy, he was here the next, but the guy he was here later that day. Will you be there at 1:30? I pushed the button at 10 o'clock. He was here at 1:30. I don't know. Now that's anecdotal. That's anecdotal. But there's plenty of data out there that supports the notion that if you pay, you'll get employees. Have I missed anything important in the chat? Can somebody review the chat? Any questions that I've missed in the chat? Let me go back. I'm watching our time here. We go to break here in just some minutes. Let me get back to and finish up.
You're all good with the chat. Nothing was missed.
Thank you. Bias the survey, ask leading questions. You know how to do that. Kind of like, have you stopped beating your wife? And expect a yes or no to that. Neither one of those is good. Bias the survey, blame the victim. We're really good at that in the school business. You 2 teachers, I feel so bad for you. Although analysis of variance data tells us that only 10% of the variance in a kid's test score is due to the teacher. What have we done during COVID? We blame the teachers for kids not learning. But only 10% of a kid's test score, the variance test score, is attributable to the teacher. But we act like it's all about them. We have just trash teachers through COVID. But we blame the victim here. Only 10% of the variance in a kid's test score the teacher has anything to do with. The other 90% politicians have manipulated, overburdened classes, no money, district, gerrymandered districts, so that some schools are going to fail and some are going to succeed. All those things, 90% of the things that affect the outcome in the classroom, politicians have manipulated, or people have done. But we blame all of the success, all of the failure on the teacher. We just blame the victim instead of carrying it ourselves. Discredit the source of the data when you don't have any control over it. You just scream it's fake news. If you can't manipulate it, if you can't control the source, you just tell everybody, oh, it's a lie, it's fake. We've seen that a time or two. And when all else fails, just change the numbers. Just physically change the numbers. I saw a man get on TV and with a Sharpie and draw over a map, computer-generated map, because he said that's not true, and just drew his own. Or we hire celebrity spokespeople like Joe Namath, and now it's Jimmy J.J. Walker, are the 2 that are on TV all the time. And there's a disclaimer down at the bottom in print so small you can't read it that says everything he's saying is a lie. But we attribute 95% confidence level to what they're saying and only 5% to the actual disclaimer. It should be the other way around. The disclaimer says everything he's saying is atypical, which means a lie. That's what atypical means. But we allow that. We allow those things in the name of business. We allow those things to happen. So those are things that happen with data. You as leaders in your field have to know when those things are happening to you. You have to know, I should not do these things. I should be a disciplined, ethical leader who handles data and analytics properly. Yes, that's the first half. But the second half is you got to know that when people that you are associated with, either tangentially in another organization or people within your organization that you lead, you've got to know when these people are doing this to you. If not, you can't be an effective leader if you don't know, if you can't. Either way, if you're not ethical and disciplined, people will not follow you. If the people that work for you aren't ethical or disciplined, you will not be successful as a leader. You will not make good decisions. The outcomes will not be what you want if you allow people in your organization to do those things. All right, so that gets us through that. That kind of sets up where we'll go through for the rest of the morning. Let's look at our weekly schedule before we go to break. All right, we will continue with our terms and conceptual frameworks. I'm going to move consultancy. We'll hopefully get to that before lunch. If not, we'll get to that right after lunch. We'll talk about the consultancy project. That won't take but a minute. But we'll continue with our terms. It is 10:17. I will see you back at 10:32, and we will resume. Okay, we're back. All right, one final point here on discipline inquiry before we talk about anecdotal. And this is from a slideshow that I have. I'm not going to go over this because y'all have already had this in the previous class. I do have a slideshow that is kind of a summary of good to great. And I know you've probably seen it before, but just as a reminder, a culture of discipline is not a principle of business, it's a principle of greatness. That's from Collins and Good to Great. If you want to be great, you've got to be disciplined in terms of your inquiry and how you handle data and your ethics, how you do things. Again, if you're not an ethical person, people won't follow you. And if you allow unethical people around you, you will be led down the garden path, and that won't go well for you either as a leader. Need for greater discipline, planning, people, governance, and resources. So this one is under this week's tab in Blackboard. You might want to run through that. If you haven't seen it before, it's a really good summation of good to great. In the social sectors, if you have, then it's just a refresher course on that. I'll go ahead and close that, and we'll go back. And I want to talk about anecdotal information again for a while. There's nothing wrong with anecdotal information. It's not. It could become data, but there's nothing wrong with anecdotal if you know that it's a starting point. It is not. It's not real data. It's where we start kind of hypothesizing in our head what the relationship between different variables and things are. That's where that stupid wild ass guess, that swag method, that's where it starts. We know some things, we've seen some things, but we haven't in a disciplined professional way sought out what are the relationships, the associations, the correlations between these variables. Are you clicking on the PowerPoint that's not opening, or you just don't? It's not. Mine's opening fine. I'll put it back up again.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll put it. I'll do that at our next break. So the notion here is anecdotal is where we start from the things that we observe in the world. That's how we start the process, is with anecdotal information. The problem is we sometimes think that that's how things work without examining it closer, without testing it, or without collecting data and analyzing it. We just accept it for what it is. One of my jobs in CMS toward the end is was the keeper of data of all things other than student data, performance data. I had all the other side of the aisle, as we call it. And the fellow, I won't use his last name, his first name was Chris. Chris had the other side of the aisle. He had the academic performance data. That was before I moved up into another position, but that, I think I was just an assistant superintendent then. And so that was my data, my role at that point. And so I had one side of the aisle, he had the other side of the aisle. And he got in trouble, got frog marched out with his little box, got fired on TV, you know, everything in Charlotte's on TV. And the reason he got frog marched out of the Ed Center was anecdotal data. He had broken into the metric that the state sent to calculate projected graduation rate for high schools. And they sent you the formula. It was in Excel, and we'll talk about that later. The formula was already built in, that you just simply added the variables in, and it would calculate the graduation rate of a high school. All the high schools, I think there were 24 at that time. It was a plug and play model where the keeper of the academic data just simply plugged that in, and then they sent it back, and then of course they published this was projected how you're doing on your projected graduation rate. Well, he simply went in and broke into the formula and changed it. And when it came out, the headline was, from the Charlotte Observer, all Charlotte high schools projected above 85% graduation rate. Let me say that again. The headline was, state releases data, all Charlotte high schools projected to be above an 85% on-time graduation rate. And everybody, and people said, wait a minute. We know that there's some high schools that have never hit 50%. That's just anecdotal. What are you talking about? That can't be right. No, it's got to be right. We just put the data in the formula. And they said, but common sense, anecdotal tells us this can't be right. We need to see the math on this. And of course, the first lie was, well, we used the wrong data. And they said, it doesn't matter. It's not the data that's wrong. It's the calculation of the data that's wrong. We need to see the formula. Oh, it's a state formula, it's all of a sudden. No, I mean, we need to see that. And it very quickly divulged into he had manipulated the formula. But the point of the story is anecdotal data has its place. It's kind of things we know and see. Now we have to explore beyond it. That's the trick. We can't just say, I saw a bird drinking water, ergo drinking water will make you fly. It is the starting point of the inquiry process, that inquisitiveness. It is the start of that. So that's kind of where anecdotal data, but we have to be careful to understand it's just anecdotal. It's just things we've seen and observed. We haven't measured or discovered or explored the relationships yet. So that's where we now are going to go. So follow along with me, please. All right, improvement science is simply what what we're all trying to do. We're in a continuous improvement cycle where do, act, repeat, that lather, rinse, repeat, whatever, where we're always trying to improve. We're measuring, we're assessing, and we're trying to do that. All right, now let's go through our topics quickly here. Descriptive statistics are things that describe, like measures of central tendency, mean, median, and mode. They describe data, the average number, the most repeated number, the middle number. Those are descriptive statistics. They help us describe data. Inferential statistics help us infer relationships from data. Analysis of variance, correlations, association, relationship, causation, those kinds of things That's inferential statistics. The heart of inferential statistics is probability. I sit and do all the prop bets at Gardner Webb, just, a bunch of old men. I sit around at lunch and do all the prop bets based on probability. When will this happen, or if this will happen, or when, kind of things. I set the over under on all the prop bets that we do. Just on just anything based on data and putting qualitative and quantitative off, putting it all together. I just do prop bets. When will this happen? Will this happen? When will it happen? I hate to say it, but Dr. Hamilton won this week's prop bet, and the prop bet is when the removal of a certain Gardner Webb official would be announced. He had picked by the end of before September 1st, and I'd picked by October 15th, based on pieces of data that we had collected along the way. Correlational things, associations, just those kinds of things. We had inferred what was going to happen. And so we said, will this happen and when? And so he won this week's prop bet. And so I've already set next week's prop bet. We do that all the time as data people, because we are trying to understand and make sense of correlations, associations, those kinds of things. It helps us understand the world that we live in and the conditions in our organization. Action research is what you do, where you're actually out in the field. It's not theoretical. You're going to collect data from a live organization, analyze it, give them an action plan, going forward. So action research leads to an action plan. Scientific method is what we do. We follow the rules. We have a hypothesis, research questions. We review the literature. We go and collect the data. We analyze the data. We write recommendations, and from that we write a plan. That's the scientific method. We've talked about ethical conduct this morning. We don't use those 10 ways to cheat at data. That we impose the discipline inquiry system says we impose the ethics on ourselves. We don't cheat. We don't manipulate. We don't change the operational definition. That we are, for lack of a better word, I guess, we are Christians in our behavior, in our actions and deeds. Qualitative data or information it comes from interviews, observations, and data sets, just looking at documents. That is qualitative. That is qualitative data. Now, one of the problems with qualitative is it's just observational. It's talking to people. It's a lot of opinion. You're not looking for big T truth like you are in quantitative, where there's an objective score. What you're looking for here is themes and a preponderance of evidence. That's what you're looking for. You can't always be certain, but qualitative is why, how do you feel? Why is these things? What do you think? That's qualitative. Interviews, observations, focus groups, those kinds of things. That's how we collect qualitative data. It is not as strong on big T truth, but in many ways it really colors and it adds a lot of information that you can't get just looking at numbers. Many people discredit qualitative. I am not a qualitative researcher. I am a parametric statistician. That is my trade. That means that I do quantitative work. Dr. Hamilton is a qualitative researcher. He is a phenomenologist. That is his background. That is what he does. We partner in our research because we understand that you must have both. So qualitative, even though I'm a quant, I do not throw dirt on those people. They add a lot of color to the painting. Interviews, observations, you know what those are. Documents, that's qualitative. Interviews are quantitative. We use survey methodology. We use validated measures. We operate with validity. That we have tools that measure what we're trying to measure. There's 7 types of validity. that we make sure that the tool that we use measures what we intend for it to measure. A scale measures weight, a watch measures time. Reliability is we use that instrument the same way every time, so that it yields the same results. We don't send the test to the school one time the morning of the test and the next time 2 weeks before, because we know we'll get a variation in scores if we do that. Anecdotal evidence, again, it's the starting point of what we do. It is not the end point. It is not data. It is those things. Aha, I've seen these things. Let me explore those relationships. It has a place at the beginning of our research, not to be confused with data later in our research. Goodness of fit. We are looking for the proper data and analytics and the proper methodology to fit the problem that we have. Too many times we have this problem, but this is the methodology we use to solve it. Again, that's a solution hunting a problem. We had this problem with kids not going to college in 30% of our schools, but the solution was was not a goodness of fit for the other 70%. We need to make sure that we try to match our solutions, our methodology to the problem at hand. That's called goodness of fit. Gap analysis is gap times number. We forget that times number. So when we're doing gap analysis to determine our most pressing need, the biggest error we make is we just look at, here's our overall, we'll use a school example, and then we'll use a college, and then we'll use a business example. Because this is where we get, this is kind of where we make our biggest errors. When we do gap analysis and we're looking for our most pressing need in school business, you have an overall school score in terms of the kids and number of kids on grade level, and then you part it out by your subgroups. And when we're looking for our most pressing need, we have to be careful that we don't just pick the subgroup that is the farthest away from the school average. Say the school average on grade level is 80, and this subgroup over here is at 60. Well, you'd say, well, that's our most pressing need. No, here's a group that's at 65, but there's 1,000 of them. There's only 3 in that group that are down at 60. So your most pressing need has to be gap times N, big N, the number in that in that subset, little n, that subset, that sample of the bigger population. So understanding that gap analysis is gap times number when we're determining our most pressing need. Now in colleges, the example in college is undergraduate versus graduate. And for some reason, we tend to think that, we look at retention. For those of you who are in that, we look at retention, and we don't tend to understand that retention is more than just first-year students. And so we tend to think that because we lose the most there, we put all of our resources, that's our most pressing need, and then we don't even notice. We put it right at the first month of school so that they all stay with us. We don't even notice on the back end how many don't stay at the end of the first year. And if we did our gap analysis, gap times number, we would know that that's a much bigger problem. That there's going to be a natural melt, as we call it in the business. There's going to be a melt. Nothing you can do about the melt. But look at the end. How many of them stayed after the first year? That tells you where you need to. That's where you need to plug your resources in. So what we do is we do all these first year experiences. We do all the students. We do all this stuff on the front end for freshmen. And after the first month or so, we forget about them. And then if they don't, and then at the end of the year when they've all dropped out, You know, why did all these people drop out? Well, you didn't, that was your most pressing need, but you misunderstood. It was gap times number. And so you put all your resources in keeping them the first month. Then after that, you didn't care what their actual experience was. Businesses put too many times, put 80% of their resources in divisions that only bring in 20% of the revenue. We got this part, this division over here is not, we need to put more resources, but they're not bringing any money in already. They're not contributing. You're better off to capitalize on what's working well in business than to try to revive lagging divisions. You're just throwing good money after bad. That's again, gap analysis is at all level of business and industry and education. You've got to understand your numbers, where to put your resources. That's the bottom line, is where do I put my resources as a leader? Where do I put my resources in this organization? And you do a gap analysis and make sure that you do gap times number to find your most pressing need. You don't spend $1 million on 3 kids, but it's okay to spend $1 million on 1,100. You don't get any return on those. If they all 3 scored above grade level next year, it would not change your overall number on grade level for your entire school. Getting kids to stay the first month of school has no impact on whether they stay at the end of the first year. That's what matters. In organizations, improving this division over here that doesn't make any money anyway, doesn't add to the bottom line. Gap analysis is where should I as a leader spend my time and resources? That's what it's all. Most pressing need. You have to put all these things together. Measures of central tendency, mean, median, and mode. We all know what those are. Mean is the average. We got 10 scores. We add them together. We divide them by 10. We get the average. The mode is the most repeated score. Median is the middle score of the range. Mean, median, mode. Standard deviation is a measure of variability along with variance and range. It tells us the average distance from the mean. And so we know if we do a bell-shaped curve that 99.7% of all scores will fall within 2 standard deviations of the mean. Those that go further out to the tails of the curve are outliers. They're not representative of the rest of the scores. And when you get over as far as 3 standard deviations, that's near impossibility. And 4, it's not. Remember, the tails of the curve can never touch the x-axis, but it can get so close you can't blow smoke between. What that means is you can't ever say never, but it might be 1 in a trillion. It can't actually touch. But now you're getting into probability that's so rare that there has to be a manipulation. And the first thing, you just like at the high school, okay, they got 4 standard deviations. Maybe there is a miracle happening there. Let's go see the miracle. And when they went, they said, there's no miracle here. They're not doing anything. So between the observational, interviews, observations, and data, they went and observed. They went and did qualitative on top of the quantitative to try to make sense of it. The quantitative data said 4 standard deviations a game without changing faculty or students. So they went and did the qualitative work. They went and observed. And when they matched the 2 in the convergent design, they didn't match. What the quantitative numbers said did not match what they went and saw in terms of best teaching practices when they went. That's a mixed methodology convergent design, where we collect our numbers and then we go and look to try to make sense of those numbers. What are they doing that's producing this score miracle? What can we see? There was nothing to see. And everybody knew, well, this is not right. Something's not right here. You know what's not right. And unfortunately for them, it came to fruition. Levels of measurement, which are nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio, one of my favorite stories. When I was a kid, it was the big three in golf: Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and Gary Player. They barnstormed. They had a plane. They barnstormed all over the world. They revived the British Open. I mean, they were it. Jack was born in 1940, so he's 80. He's 81 years old. Arnold has passed. He would be 91, and Gary was in between. He was 5 years. So they were 10 years apart, and Gary was in the middle. But they were golf in the last century, and then when they got old, Jack's last tournament was in '86. There was a wane for a few years there, and golf looked like it was going to die out. And then this young skinny kid from California came along, Tiger Woods. And Tiger, he turned pro at 20 in 1995, and he revived golf, because golf had been dead since Jack's last win at the Masters in '86. Golf had been pretty much dead. And here comes Tiger. He turns pro at 20, and he becomes a phenom, just incredible, incredible player. Starts winning immediately, sets the all-time record low score at the Masters. He is he's burning the world up. But the problem was, and he had some folks, like Phil Milk. Now Phil was 5 years older than him, but they were contemporaries. Ernie Els, who was born in '69, so he was 6 years old. There were some good young players. And people, would tune in and start watching the Masters in April, and then you had in June, you had the U.S. Open, then you had the British Open in July, and then you had the PGA Championship in August. And then golf was pretty much over because football started. And golf only lasted just a short period of time, and they were struggling, and things weren't going well. Golf courses weren't doing well, and so the whole notion is how do we get people to watch golf year round? And so they devised a world golf ranking, to have a competition that people would tune in to watch some random tournament if the good players were playing that wasn't one of the four majors. How do we get people to watch this? How do we grow golf? And so they came up. This was prior to the FedEx Cup that they've got now. This was the first attempt. And so they devised this system. And for a lot of folks out there who really pulled for Tiger, the anti-Tiger was Phil. There was a crowd, the old country club crowd, which is code for white, pulled for him. And so we had to, we artificially generated a competition by these world golf rankings. And every week they'd come on TV. This is from time Tiger was about 25 to 35 and Phil was 30 to 40. That there was this big competition between the world number one and the world number two. Will Phil surpass Tiger this week? Because they were reporting the world golf rankings in an ordinal manner in terms of level of measurement. The order: Tiger was 1 and Phil was 2. That's order. That's ordinal. Nominal is yes, no. Ratio is a ratio like 1 to 3 or 3 to 1. But they reported the world golf rankings and made a artificial competition between these two, reporting the rankings in order. Tiger's 1, 2. That implies that they're close together. What they should have reported was interval, how far they were apart. Now, the truth of the matter was, and unfortunately it came to pass with Tiger's incident with the tree and the golf club and his wife, or ex-wife, that Tiger was so far ahead, he literally didn't play for 3 years and still was number 1. That's how far ahead he was. He had like 1 million points and Phil had like 7. That's how far apart they were. But that didn't make for any drama on TV. Who was going to tune in to watch, you know, the Alamo Open from, you know, some golf course in Texas that looked like the lunar landscape of the moon? Who's going to tune in to watch that if they know that Phil could win the next 17 times in a row and wouldn't pass Tiger? So they reported their relative rankings in terms of their order. Tiger 1, Phil 2, rather than, you know, Tiger has 1 million points and Phil has 7. And so that is an example of how we use level of measurement to tell the story that we want told rather than the actual story. It is one of the ways that we manipulate actual descriptive statistics is we choose the level of measurement that we want to use and let people mistakenly fill in the narrative or assume that there's an actual competition when there was no competition. That the competition each week was who will win the tournament. But the overall, the big thing that they were hyping to get you to tune in to some nondescript tournament is that there's a competition between who's going to be 1 and who's going to be 2. There was never going to be a competition. One was so far ahead of the other that it wasn't ever going to happen. But we didn't report it as the, you know, as the interval, how far there are between them. We reported it as the order because that supported the narrative that we had. That's just an example that everybody remembers and everybody knows, or everybody can understand, even if you don't know the players involved, that of how you use levels of measurement to manipulate your story. And so you've got to be aware that people will do that to you. Now, and they will let you assume things that aren't in actual fact. And so you have to question, well, 1, 2, how far apart? I mean, how many points are they apart? What's the scale? We could say, well, they're only 3 points apart. What's the scale? Well, 3 points is, if the scale is only 10, 3 points apart is miles apart. If the scale is 100, 3 points is not a lot. We have to ask, what is the scale? What is the range? We have to ask those kinds of questions because people will intentionally mislead you using data. All right, so now we get here to the next big notions here about data. Significant does not mean meaningful. It simply means it speaks to your error. I hear things all the time. This is statistically significant. And we think when somebody says something is statistically significant, that it's important or it's meaningful, that there was something we really found something big in this study. No. It only speaks to your error. That there's less than 5% error in your technique, how you collected and analyzed your data. There's less than 5% error if you're a social scientist and less than 1% if you're a medical researcher. It only speaks to your technique. It does not speak to your findings, how important they are, or valuable, or meaningful, or how strong. Meaningful is whether or not that they matter or not. And that's what we're looking for, how meaningful they are. You say, well, what is meaningful? Well, that means a correlation of 0.6 or higher. You shouldn't spend money unless there's a correlation of 0.6 or higher. That means there's something real, that it's actionable in this. We're evaluating this program, treatment, or fix, this product. We're evaluating it. If it doesn't give us at least a 60% chance of improvement, we shouldn't be spending money on it. Again, statistical significance only speaks to your technique, not to your findings. Meaningful correlation association speaks to your findings. Correlation is what is the relationship between two variables? Eating and weight and weight loss or gain, smoking and cancer. A positive correlation means if I do more of one, if I eat more, I gain more weight. That's a positive correlation. An inverse function or a negative relationship, if I do more of one, I get less of the other. If I exercise more, I get less weight. You know, so the strength is not, the strength of correlation is not determined by positive or negative. So as you found out, you know, one of you took the first test, a correlation of negative 0.9 is stronger than positive 0.6. Again, it's plus or minus doesn't matter, because some things, if we do more of, we want less of the other. If we exercise more, we want less weight. So correlation is the relationship between two variables. Association is the same thing. It's just less. It's not as strong as correlation. They're associated in some way. Now we have to be careful not to fall into the trap here of heat, ice cream, and crime. Let me say that again. We have to be careful not to fall in the trap of heat, ice cream, and crime. All right, so here's how heat, ice cream, and crime works. When it's hot, as the temperature rises, what happens to ice cream consumption? It rises as well. There's a correlation there. It's a positive correlation. So when heat goes up, ice cream consumption, there's a correlation, about 0.8 actually. All right, next scenario. When heat goes up, crime goes up. Again, correlation there, about 0.8. Where we make the mistake is thinking that since heat is correlated to ice cream consumption and heat is correlated to crime, we make the mistake of thinking that ice cream consumption and crime are correlated. They are not. But that's a pretty easy example. But too many times in research, we use that same, we make that same leap that isn't there. Heat is correlated to both crime and ice cream, but they are not correlated to one another. I had a question the other day. From the institutional effectiveness person. And I had to explain that concept to him. He was looking to relationship between discount rate and retention in colleges. Let me say that again. He was looking at the discount rate and retention. Now, both of them are correlated to perceived value, but they're not correlated to one another. And so what he was looking at is the reason why our retention rate is so bad is it because we have increased our discount rate for undergraduate students? No. Both of them are correlated to perceived value, but they're not correlated to one another. When a student is accepted at a college and they decide to attend, that is based on, do they perceive that the value is there for what they're going to have to pay? Now, at the end of that first year, when they decide to come back again, did I get that value that I perceived? Now, again, they're both correlated to perceived value, but discount rate has nothing to do with retention rate. They're just both correlates of value, perceived or received value. It's heat, ice cream, crime. You've got to be careful in organizations not to assume correlations that don't exist. And again, that's an easy mistake to make. And so heat, ice cream, and crime correlation, it's more difficult than it looks. It's a little more involved in that, but understand, don't assume that because two things are correlates of another thing that they are correlates of one another. That's called shared effects. If I drew circles, if I had 3 circles here Two of them don't touch, but the other one overlaps both of them. It's called shared effects. That's what's happening. It's shared effects or something square. It's not occurring. And if I drew that out, I don't know if you'll be able to see this or not. This is what it looks like in reality. See, these two don't touch, but this one touches both of them. That's heat ice cream crime. That's how correlation, but that's how we make a mistake. And so we have to be real careful when we're determining our correlations. That's why we do Pearson or Spearman. We actually conduct tests for correlation. We can't just assume that they're there. We have to conduct tests for them. That's, again, one of the bigger errors that researchers make. They assume correlations that don't exist. You got to run the test to make sure. There are two tests. You've got Pearson for most data, and then you got Spearman for categorical. For you school people, you would run Pearson on end of grade test in elementary and end of course tests in high school, but you'd have to run a Spearman on double data, M-class, I-class data in K3, since it's categorical. You'd have to run a Spearman on it, but you have to, don't assume correlation. Just him.
I have a question. So let's say we're looking at a problem like crime, then we tie in mental health, drug abuse, and I guess lack of economic resources. And they're like all four of those would intersect and all lead to crime.
They would be correlates of one another.
Right. So what would you call it when it's like obvious that all four of them like connect, but people don't people look at them as like an independent problem? Like what
they look at them as independent variables that affect a dependent variable, rather than a linear regression where they all contribute. In a linear regression, all the variables, when you put them all together, contribute to the dependent variable. But they're looking at them as an analysis of variance, that they're all separate. So this is not a clinical term; it's just a colloquial term for people who look at things like that. The term is idiots. That refuse to acknowledge the obvious, that won't respect the data. I mean, I can work that out for you. A linear regression, the biggest linear regression in the world is what? Match.com, where we take all the individual characteristics and we add them all together, and they predict the person that we should match with. But those are all things endemic to us. That's what you're talking about. But they want to look at those things as separate things. They don't see that they all add on to one another. Let me pull up. Let me show you what a linear regression looks like right quick. I'm watching our time. I didn't have this pulled up. I should have. I apologize. Let me share my screen. So here's an example that I will hopefully teach you later, but I'll go ahead and pull it up today. Let me find it right quick. I know exactly where it is. All right. So this is what a linear regression actually looks like. All these dependent variables contribute to, or all these independent variables contribute to we add them all together, but they have differing amounts of variance. They don't all count the same, but they all weighted the same, but they all contribute to that end product. That's what a linear regression is. This one specifically is about, for those of you who've ever wondered, when you're doing EVOS or you're doing growth in schools, when you're trying to measure if a kid made a year of growth in school, and he has a target score that he has to score on the test, You've often wondered, how did they come up with that target score? Well, they didn't go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What they did is from analysis of variance for 30 years of data, they figured out what are the variables that affect test score, and they controlled for all those variables, and they put them in an algorithm. Race counts 30% of a kid's test score. That's not racist. That's just data. It's what data tells us. Mother's education 15, father's income 15, teachers only 10. School district 5, school 5, grade 5, age 5, gender 5, previous test scores. We add all those together, we can tell you what a kid ought to score. They aren't all the same, but those are the variables that affect the kid's test score. That's what a linear regression. That came from an analysis of variance. We took 30 years of test scores and we dumped them in, and we had all the demographic data that went with those kids, and this is what the data tells us, that we can predict what a kid will score based on this formula. Now, what we do is we assume the teacher is 10. If the kid doesn't make it, it's because of the teacher. Because everything else is controlled for. So how that works in real life is this. This is an actual case. Jamar's third grade student in Charlotte Mecklenburg. His dependent variables are: he's black, he gets 20 out of 30. If he were white, he'd get 30 out of 30. And if he were Hispanic, he'd get 15. That's what test scores tell us. Mother less than a high school diploma, 5 out of 15. She'd had a beyond a 4-year degree, he got 15. No father in home, 0 out of 15. Father with an income in excess of 150,000 would have been 15. Wise mother's education and father's income important? Real simple. Seat time, lap time. If mom can stay at home and read to the kid because daddy makes enough money, they have a big advantage in school. We know that. Teacher 10, CMS is a high wealth district. That's 5. Billingsville was a takeover school, 0. He was grade appropriate, but a repeater 5. However, he was developmentally delayed. He was a year older, so he didn't get all his points on that one. Because it was a math test, he gets 5. Female would get 4 because of differential in testing. Be the other way around if it was a reading test. Previous scores, he wasn't on, according to M-Class, he wasn't on. So his equation, his algorithm looks like this: 20 plus 5, all that. So he's got to score 55% of, and there's 180 questions, so he's got to get 99 right. That if he's on grade level, he'll hit 99. That's how we calculate. But we got to understand that all the variables don't have the same weight, but that data analysis of variance tells us all those. To get back to his question is yes, all those things contribute, and they varying amounts, but we can't just look at them as independent variables. They are dependent variables in that linear regression equation, and we know that they contribute to homelessness, to crime, to those kind of, that homelessness is a correlate. All those things are correlate. We just got to figure out how much. But we choose not to believe the data and the science because it's an inconvenient truth. It doesn't fit our narrative. It's not that people can't understand it; they just don't want to. I mean, as I ask all the time, how old are you? 12? Don't want to is not an option, except for a 12-year-old, early adolescent. But that's what we've come to in our country, is a bunch of 12-year-olds. I don't want to. I don't want to believe the science behind vaccination. I don't want to believe the science behind the spread. I don't want to. It's not convenient. It disrupts my day. I want to go back to bars. I want to go back to concerts and music. I want to go back to ball games. I want to. I don't want to believe this. I want to believe it, that this crime problem is simply racial. No, it's the conditions that folks live in. But that's not convenient for my narrative. My viewers won't turn in if I tell them the truth. So it's all about driving a media narrative. It's not about data. It's not about big T truth from data analytics or little T truth from qualitative work. It's just a narrative that we drive. Yes, David.
Dr. Lamb, and again, this is not about my project, but I used my question is zoning, and economic development. And so my variables were job creation, obviously, property values, protection, et cetera, and the unemployment rate. And so there's not much research I could find because I'm not doing anything forward because I'm explaining to this county based upon the research and what I was found. I looked at Georgia, all the counties in Georgia, and I had I guess, I hope I'm saying this right, a positive correlation with those counties that had zoning in the unemployment rate and job creation. And I'm using that to infer for the county Anson I'm working with. That's all I have to go off of. And based upon what I'm hearing today, those are the variables I had. Is that okay to, I'm looking at Georgia and I know that's a different geography.
Well, see,
And
but that's the next thing on the list is what you're asking me is population sample. So what you're asking me is, before we get to the actual variables, is the sample that you pulled a equitable sample for the county that you're working? I mean, are they apples to apples? Does the data that you pulled out of Georgia, does their situation, do their demographics match those of Anson County? And if they don't, then that data is not valid data for what you're trying to do with them. I mean, see, that leads us to the next big section here. All research is population and sample. All population is everybody. The sample is what we pull out. You know, one of the things that we do is we have to be careful, and like in your case, not to pull a convenience sample. So then if the data is handy and it says what we want it to say, that would be a convenience sample. But is it truly random, or does it truly match what we're doing? I mean, we can't pull data from Cornelius and speak to the rest of North Carolina. I live in 2 counties. I have residences in 2 counties. One is, and they're only about 100 air miles apart. One is the wealthiest, and one is one of the poorest. The data is not relevant from here to there. You call a plumber in Rutherford County and see when you'll get one. You know, retirement, you get to it yourself. Call one here, he's here later today because of the economics. Although it's in the same, roughly, this is in central Piedmont, that's in the western Piedmont. Well, actually, where I am is in the actual, as you move up on the mountain, you go up about 1,000 feet. Even though it's roughly the same geographic district or region, and it's in the same state, but you can't use any of the data to explain anything from one to the other at all. They have no characteristics. They are not similar samples of the same population. If we looked at the state of North Carolina as the population, the 2 samples that we pulled, one from Rutherford and one from Mecklenburg, they would have nothing in common. You could not speak to one with using data from the other. They're too dissimilar. Example at Gardner Webb was a meeting was called a couple of 3 years back between all the data people. And we had one of my favorite people in the world there, Dr. Tracy Jessup, the senior pastor to the university. And we had the lady from admissions there. And they said, we called all you, well, they didn't say eggheads, but that's what they meant. We called all you eggheads together because we have had some ideas. Again, just like, this morning when I threw Jamaica off the building, they'd seen bird drink water. And so they had some ideas and said, we want to do a research study. And I thought, oh Lord, I hope nothing sharp laying around where you want to hurt yourself. But all right, tell me what you're going to do. And one of my doctorals that had just finished with me, Carmen Butler, you might know Carmen, she's a DEOL graduate. She's now Dean of Student Success at Gardner Webb, long time person, and Carmen was there, because this is what they were talking about, is we've got a problem at Gardner Webb getting and keeping freshmen. Our enrollment has declined dramatically after the economic crash of 2008, and it's not bounced back. And we need some more undergraduates, and we don't keep many of the ones we get. Of the 471 that we got last year, we lost 200 of them. Let me say that again. We lost 200 of the 471. We've got a problem. We've had it for a little while. We've continued to look out the door thinking they're going to come back. They never came back after 2008. And so they said, we're going to help. Tracy got involved because he and Kristen, the admissions lady, are personal friends. So they called this group together up in the boardroom. You bunch of eggheads, you're supposed to be smart. We've got this idea. And they were so pleased with themselves, and I felt good for them. I mean, I knew that it wasn't going to go well, but you called me, you asked me to come, and so now I'm going to tell you. And so they said, here's our idea. We have all of our freshmen at that time. Now, just the tug to traditional undergraduate, they had 381 or 382. When I said 471, that includes all the adults that come back. So we're right around 400 every year, have been forever since the crash. So we got 382 freshmen that are all enrolled in the first university course, University 111, which is that common course that they all have to take. We want to survey them. And what we want to try to determine, and so we need a survey. We need for y'all to build us a survey that's valid and reliable. They knew the terminology, and they, just about sprung their shoulder, patting themselves on the back, but they knew validity and reliability. We want you to build us a survey. And what we want to do is we want to survey those 382 existing freshmen to try to find out why all the students that got accepted, that applied and got accepted as freshmen at Gardner Webb, why that 700 that applied and got accepted didn't come. Let me say that again. They had accepted right at 1,100 students that had applied that year to Gardner Webb. About 1,100 had actually applied. But only 382 came. And they wanted to know why that other 700 didn't come. And so they wanted to ask the ones that did come why the ones that didn't come. And as Jamaica just pointed out, everybody else, see, that's a convenience sample. They're just convenient to you. But now, if you want to know why that 700 didn't come, who do you have to ask? That would be that 700. We do that all the time in research because it's convenient. That is not a representative sample of the population of the kids. The kids that came don't know why the other ones didn't come. We, in satisfaction surveys all the time, we make the mistake of thinking that satisfaction to satisfaction to dissatisfaction is a continuum. It is not. It's two different things. It's the same coin, but it's two different sides. It is not a continuum. That's why when we do a Likert scale of strongly dissatisfied to strongly satisfied, there should never be a middle column for neutral. Should only be 4 potential and 4-point Likert scale when you're doing satisfaction surveys. Always, if I see a 5-point, I'm gonna pull all your nose hairs out. If you didn't learn anything else in this course, you've got to learn satisfaction is not on a continuum. It's yes or no. It's binary. That's what Hertzberg tells us. That's another one of our theoretical frameworks. Yes, no. There is no middle column. That just allows people to hide and disguise. That's a manipulation of quantitative data to give a middle column. Satisfaction and dissatisfaction are two different things. And we make the mistake of thinking, if we know why people go, we would know why they would stay. No, they're not correlated. Or if we know why they went, we know what to do to make people stay. No, it's two different things. We do that all the time. Or we take a population that we have access to and pull a sample out of it that's not representative or speaks to what we're trying to speak to. So David, back to your issue is using the Georgia data is only valid if the set of circumstances there match the set of circumstances in Anson County. They got a bunch of chicken houses and poor people. If that's what you got in Georgia, you're good to go. That's pretty much all they got in Waitsboro. And so,
Okay.
well, I've been everywhere. There's not a place in North Carolina that you can call out that I hadn't been.
And we
I
can't.
stayed on the road for a number of years, visiting and working in all those communities. And so there's a very specific set of circumstances in Anson County that doesn't have a lot to do with probably 90 of the other counties in the state. You would probably have to go outside of the state to find a set of economic circumstances that are similar, where you would have an apples to apples comparison. That's population and sample. Convenience samples are the bane of the researcher's existence. Just like back to Gardner Webb, we don't have any access to those people that didn't come. So we're going to ask these people who did why those other people did. Well, that's just a damn fool thing to do. A little common sense will tell you that won't help you any. They'll just be guessing just like we are. We don't swag data. We swag at the beginning when we're hypothesizing between the relationships. It's okay. Anecdotal, things we've seen, swag, stupid, wild ass guess. We can do that at the beginning. We don't do that on our data in our methodology. Let's don't get it twisted here, as the kids would say. We don't swag our data. We swag our thought processes, what relationships might be in our data. Only the village idiot, swags their data. So we got to make sure that our population and sample. Now, you say, well, I'm only pulling my data from one group. There is no comparative group. How do I know that that's not an outlier group? How do I know that I didn't just hit upon this one place? In the movie Irresistible, I'm not much of a movie watcher, but I watched that one because it's a lot about data and politics. I'm not big about politics, it's more about data. And so they had flooded this one little area, the Democratic campaign, with all these pamphlets about things that, choice and Planned Parenthood and all those things, because their data said that there were all these women there. Well, the reason why they were all these women there, it was a convent. They didn't appreciate all that data. So again, you better know, don't guess when it comes time for data. You guess at the beginning part of the relationships, and then you collect data to explore those guesses, not we guess at the data itself. All right, so the next set of concepts here: chance, error, skill, regression to the mean, luck. These all. No. These are all concepts that we have to factor in that we don't. To the uninitiated, we have to factor in error. We made mistakes. That's why we run significance tests, to make sure that our error is less than 5%. You have to always factor in, there's a possibility I made an error. You have to factor in the possibility that just by chance I got an outlier group. How do I make sure? We just run chi-square. You see it down here at the front. We can run a test to make sure. It gives us a simulation. If we only have one group that we're working the data from, we don't have a comparative group, we want to make sure that they aren't an outlier, that we can take and generalize the results of that group to other similar groups. That's one of the things that we want to do with data is take and generalize what we find from the sample to the larger population. That's the notion of sampling. We don't have the resources to ask everybody or collect data from everybody. We try to pull a representative sample from that larger population. But we have to make sure that that sample is in fact representative of the larger population, that it is truly a random sample. You say, well, if we don't have a comparative group, how do we make sure that the sample is random? We run a chi-square, which will give us what we would theoretically expect to find in terms of the distribution, and then the distribution of that group, and we compare and it compares the two and tells you if there's a goodness of fit comparison. Or is this group actually representative of the larger group, the sample representative of the population? The whole point of sampling is to be able to generalize that to get a workable or manageable number that we can then take that data and generalize it to the bigger population. If you've only got 7 people, you don't need a sample. You do in your population, you collect data from all 7 of them. But if you've got 7,000, we can't do that. That's why we pull a population, a sample from that population. And we have to be careful when we do that by chance we don't hit upon an outlier. We run that anytime we're doing a calculation like this, that we got to factor in error. And then we have to look at things like when we put that's on the front end. That's on the front end. Now, the back end is we have to be careful to understand that skill is content and process. Math test. We're giving a math test. The score will be a function that a kid makes or an adult makes on a math test. Will be a function of skill. How much math they know and how well they can take a math test. Let me say that again. The score on a test of any kind or an assessment of any kind is a function of the knowledge of the actual subject matter and the ability to know how to take the test. That's content and process. Now, what happens too many times in businesses, organizations, schools, is we work on the test taking part of it, like the SAT. And not understanding that just teaching somebody how to manipulate or take the test, if we make gains, they will regress back to the mean. Those gains are artificial. If you want kids to do better at a math test, you teach them more math, and then those gains should be sustained. It's the same way in organizations. If we just manipulate how we do things rather than the things that we do, when we don't assess whether these things add value or not, we just manipulate how we do them, not ever assessing, are these the things we ought to do? If we get any gains, it goes away quickly. We have to understand that we need content, not process. Now, luck. Sometimes you just get lucky and sometimes you don't. And so back to the school example, and it happens in business as well. So in schools, when you set a cutoff, let's say our cutoff is 70%. Every kid that scores 70%, gets to pass on to the next grade. And what will happen is we calculate that number for the school. And let's say 85% of the kids at our school scored at 70% or higher, 85%. All right, but we feel bad for those kids that were just 5 points below from 65 to 70. So what do? We retest them the next day. Now, are we depending on their knowledge having increased overnight, or we're just going to give them a chance to be lucky? We're just going to try to give them the chance to be lucky. Maybe they'll guess a few more. That's process. Well, they'll guess a few more. We give them the chance to be lucky. Now, and so sure enough, we get another 5%, pass the test. Should we be able to add that 5% to that 85% passing level that we had Yes or no, and why? Somebody, this is, first pop quiz. Should the 5% that passed that second administration that we retested to give them the chance to be lucky? Now, there was no program, treatment fix, there was no remediation. They took the test one day, they made 67. We gave it to them the next day, they made 71, so now they're passing. So 5%. So should we be able to add that 5% that passed to our overall total score for our organization and move it from 85 to 90? Should we be able to do that? Is that sound statistical reason? Yes or no, and why? Based on the concept of luck. Let's see what the chat says.
You base it on luck, then sure.
Under the concept of luck, remembering the concept of luck here, we gave these 5 kids, these kids, this 5%, we gave them the chance, all of them that didn't score, that score between 65 and 70, that didn't make the cutoff, 65 and 69, we let them take the test again. We did a test administration the next day to see if they could be lucky. Again, they've had no further instruction, so the only thing that we're depending on them having the ability to maybe pass it the second time is guessing a few more right on the test. Luck, that's what we're dependent upon. Now, sure enough, 5% more pass the test. Do we then get to take that and add that 5% to our 85% total that passed? 90% have passed, have they not? Should we be able to claim that our pass rate is 90% now? Yes or no, and why? Heather says no.
I'd say no also, Dr. Lamb, because I would have to know about the other 90% if they took it and their numbers went up. But
well,
not gonna do
David's
that.
on the right track. If we allow the ones that score from 65 to 69 or retest to try to be lucky, we also have to require those that score from 70 to 74 to retake it to see if they can be unlucky. That's the way data works. That's the way statistics works, folks. That's the way luck works. We have to factor that in. And what we would find is 85% would pass. Now, 5% would change, from passing to failing and vice versa. It wouldn't be the same 85%, but it would be the same. The rate would be the same. We have to understand how luck plays out in skill and content, so that, because a lot of folks use these concepts, they depend on you not knowing them to manipulate the numbers and make them look better, or make a good number go up or a bad number go down. And you have to understand that too many times artificially, we work on, just like SAT prep, that's upon how to take the test. It's not about, they don't have any math or reading on those things. And I've seen, Charlotte Mecklenburg was the worst for a while. We had a very unethical superintendent. So what we were doing is we were telling the top 10% of the kids, keep taking the test. Your scores keep going up. They will not. They'll regress back down to the mean. But it was really helping our overall test scores for the district. You scored 1,400. If you get another 50 points, you get an Ivy League school. Well, the way to do it is you take the test, and then the PSAT. You do a prep course, you take the test, and then you're done. Every time you keep taking it after that, guess what happens? You regress back, because you don't get any better at taking the test. You're just giving yourself a chance to be unlucky. That's all you're doing. And your score will regress back to where it was, and even below. But what it does is you want kids that score 1,400 taking as many times as possible if you're counting their score in the district average. But again, you should not be counting their scores, because you didn't make people take it and give them a chance to be unlucky. Again, it's a manipulation. And then finally, it took about 3 or 4 years. Finally, the Charlotte Observer figured that out. It takes them a while to figure things out. But organizations hire people like me that are, maybe a little more, restrained than I am in their language, to set and figure stuff like this out. How do we cheat? How do we manipulate? How do we make people assume things that aren't really there? How do we use these concepts to our advantage? How do we use convenience samples to get what we want, to make it look like it's just random, then it's not really random. We picked it and preordained. How do we do these kinds of things? How do we, continue to get the good data while, based on luck, while we don't give chance people, we only give chances to be lucky to help ourselves. We never give anybody a chance to be unlucky to hurt ourselves. All these are in population sample, all these are in luck, skill, those kinds of things all factor together in this ball of so the question for you, David, is, have you picked a sample that is representative of the place where you're working? And then when you have started collecting your data, have you done it ethically? Did you not just pick the things that were going to look good and you control for luck and make sure you weren't unlucky? And did you have your thumb on the scale is the issue. And as long as you can answer no to all those things, I didn't do any of that stuff, then you're golden. It doesn't have to be the county next door in Richmond or Union. They don't have much to do with what Anson looks like. So we can't just, that's another thing, that's another hoax that we do. We do proximity. If this county's next to that one, we'll just use it as the example. Well, that's does the data tell us they're the same? Well, no. Proximity does not equate with sameness. So all the world is population and sample, just manipulating those things. And we're supposed to do those ethically. We're supposed to, we are supposed to do that in an ethical manner. We're supposed to do disciplined inquiry where we follow the rules even when people aren't looking. And that there are rules in all of these things. All right. So a t-test, here are the simple things that we'll do that we'll learn about. We won't do the calculus, that you don't have to, you can Google it. A t-test is simple, before and after. You have a group, you do a program treatment or fix with them, then it's a pre-test and post-test. That's all it is. It's very simple. Analysis of variances, we take all the known scores and we analyze them and try to figure out what causes the variance in them. It's usually demographic things. A linear regression is just a prediction. We know all these things, we can predict that these things are all correlated. Frequency distribution is not really a score. It's how many times certain questions were answered a certain way on a opinion survey. When we do survey and we ask people's opinion, there's really not any right or wrong answer. But if we have enough people answer B, we figure out B is probably the answer to that question. And so that's called a frequency distribution rather than a score. You don't get a score on an opinion survey, you get the number of times somebody answered, B. You got 4 choices. And so that's a frequency distribution. Chi-square is for goodness a bit to make sure that the group that you're using is not an outlier. Hypothesis, null and directional. Hypothesis is what we think is the relationship between variables. Null is we think there's no difference in the two. There's directional means that we think one is, that there is an actual relationship and it's in this direction. It's a positive relationship or correlation or a negative. Our research question is, what do you want to know? And then we have type 1 and type 2 errors we have to try to avoid. Here are the personification of type 1 and type 2 errors. Type 1 error is you get a false positive. They told a man he's pregnant. Type 2 error is you get a false negative. You're not pregnant. These are the errors that we have to, when we're talking about working with hypotheses, that is the beginning that leads us to our research questions. We have to be careful that we don't accept, as a result of our research, that we don't accept a false positive or a false negative type 1 and type 2. And here are the theoretical frameworks that we use in this course that will guide, that will be a part of your proposal and certainly your final defense is these. Lewin's change theory. We know that people are adverse to change, but freezing, moving, unfreezing, moving, all the different pieces of the change theory. These are things that you should have been introduced to in your four core core courses where you were supposed to learn something in this program. Hertzberg two-factor theory, that's what I was talking about earlier. Satisfiers, dissatisfiers. He called them hygienes and motivators. They are not, it is not, satisfaction is not a continuum. It's not a range. It's two separate things, satisfaction and dissatisfaction. You got to know that. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you all know that. Arger's double loop, again, that's the theory of insanity. You got to make sure that the treatment that you're applying actually is efficacious in the fix you're trying to get. Water won't make you fly. And then Getzell's Gubin, which is the social systems model, which is Collins. Collins is he just expanded it, and Collins is the practical applications of the Getzell's Gubin social systems model. You know, the whole good to great deal. Basically, it boils down to, in organizations, for you to be successful, what you hired people to do every day has to be what they want to do. Get them in the right seat, and all the accoutrement that goes along with Collins. So that's a quick and dirty on the terminology, some ideas. I know some of you, I know this is not, it's not a laugh a minute here, but you got to know this stuff. I mean, you got to understand and know this stuff. And so our last, you know, as we coast in, we've got about 7 minutes till we're going to break. The last two things I want to introduce in this session are top 10s for qualitative and quantitative. Again, you're going to say, well, Dale, you had to, this is where we're headed again. Start with the end in mind. So let me go through those quickly, and then we'll coast into lunch here. And as usual, I will start with quantitative, because that's how we start the course. Top 10 things to remember about quantitative research. Statistical significance only speaks to technique, chance and error, and those kinds of things, and not how meaningful the data or the results are. Don't fall into that trap. Well, this is statistically significant. Well, that just speaks to you. You're not an idiot. You didn't shoot yourself in the foot on your data. It doesn't have anything to do with what your data says. That, you know, that you didn't, you know, that you didn't pee your pants. Hooray, yippee. Means very little in the world. Only 2.5% of all scores fall outside 2 standard deviations from mean. The probability of score falling 3 or more is astronomical. 4 is relatively impossible. So results that 3 standard deviations or greater have been manipulated by the researcher, and that's a nice way to say cheap. Chi-square should only be used on survey data frequency distributions from a convenience sample. That means you don't have anything to compare it to make sure your sample is not an outlier. If you use chi-square for other analysis, it signals manipulation and it doesn't predetermine the outcome of the study. I mean, chi-square will not tell you how meaningful your data is or any of that. It'll just tell you if your group is an outlier or not. You know, it's always going to match. So again, that's just a manipulation. Data from convenience sample can only be used to describe or ascribe to that sample alone. Gardner Webb officials want to use survey data from freshman one-on-one classes, convenience sample, to try to determine why students were accepted but not enrolled in the freshman class. That's another sample entirely. This type of sampling error occurs frequently. A correlation of 0.6 or higher is the minimum threshold to spend money. That's meaningful. It's only meaningful when it hits the 0.6 range. The amount of acceptable error is 5% in social science and 1% in medical science. Using a simple power analysis calculator, which you can Google, will tell you what percentage of the population you would need to sample in order for the data and findings from your study to yield a p-score of less than 5% or 1% error. Statistical significance. And so if you've got a sample, you can just Google power calculator and it'll tell you what size your sample should be from a population, you know, in order for it to be statistically significant, that you won't have the chance of error won't be too great. Now, once you have established significance, you can look at your degrees of freedom. It'll give you the same test for significance. will give you degrees of freedom and will tell you how much confidence you can have in the findings of your study. Again, it won't tell you how powerful or how meaningful, just how confident that what you found actually exists. You know, you found 1 point a game. Well, that 1 point actually exists. Is that meaningful? Well, if it costs $1, yeah, but if it costs $1 million, no. That's the way that works. Skill has 2 components. We went through that, knowledge and skill. And if you just work on manipulating the test or the activity in an organization rather than trying to teach people more or improve that, then it won't work. It'll just progress over time. Analysis of variance must be performed on historical data to identify the independent variables. You can't just guess at them. Again, you can't, no swag method here. When we're actually in data, we have to run tests to make sure that we identify the variables that are important in anything. You know, how much variance is in this variable in relationship to, you know, to the larger question. Let me be clear here. How much variance in a kid's test, the test score, the, you know, the variable that we're interested in is the test score, and what other dependent variables contribute to that. We can't just guess at them. We've got to measure those. There is a method called analysis of variance that will tell us what, you know, how much these contribute to the test score. When choosing to use power analysis, the minimum return rate is usually 40%. And if you're below 35% return rate on a survey, if we run any kind of analytics, you won't get statistical significance because the chance of error is just too great that your sample, you know, does not match the bigger population. And then the top 10 things from qualitative, academic perspectives will determine ethically what kind of qualitative study can be performed. Remember, interviews, observations, and data, qualitative work. EDIC is outside and EMIC is inside. So if you're outside the organization, what you can do is different than if you work inside. If you're outside, you can do, you can do probably case study, and that you cannot do phenomenology if you're outside, not ethically. EDIC perspective research, that would be outside, regardless of type, should not predetermine themes for open-ended questions. This is ethically unsound. You collect the data and then the themes emerge. You don't go in looking for specific things because, again, that's a solution hunt the problem. You go find what you're going to find. The ethically accepted minimum time for a case study is 5 years. Now, I know people shortcut that, but it's just not, it's bad practice. Bias cannot be eliminated, only controlled for. Researchers that tell you that they have eliminated bias from their studies are unethical. We all have biases. We have to recognize them and control when we're doing the interviewing or when we're doing the observing. Because when we observe, we report what we saw. Well, that's colored by who we are. We have to report that. Convergent design, mixed methodology, where you collect your quantitative data and your qualitative data, and you compare them. That yields the most reliable and valid data when you do those two things, because you're checking on yourself. And that's mostly what we do for your final project here. I will allow some explanatory where you do your, you do your quantitative, and then out of that, you figure out what questions to ask. But that's a different design, but we can do that. The most misunderstood and misused type of qualitative research is phenomenology. And it's the refuge of scoundrels who are advancing a program or a perspective. Simply observing something does not make it a phenomenon. Something has to happen that is phenomenal, and then we observe that. In-person interviewing is a skill, and researchers who think that they're skilled at detecting lies or deceptions are self-delusion. Success rate at separating lies from truth is 50%, given enough independent chances, same as a coin flip. Now, I have been so happy because one of my favorite researchers of all time is Malcolm Gladwell. Those of you who know Malcolm, he's written a series of books. He's just tremendous. He's the foremost qualitative researcher in certainly in my lifetime. But Malcolm has come to acknowledge just recently that interviewing people and trying to determine who's telling the lie and who's telling the truth, it's a coin flip. It always has been. I'm just glad Malcolm has finally come around to that realization because I truly love his work. The purpose of qualitative research is to discover themes and a preponderance of evidence, not objective truth, which is the domain of quantitative. Again, when we do qualitative work, we're interviewing, observing, we're looking for themes. Do the same things repeat? We're looking for a preponderance of evidence. We're not going to be dead certain, like when we give a test. A tip for your physical and mental well-being: never attempt to focus groups and bimodal samples of the population. That's two distinct and competing groups, like Republicans and Democrats. Either you get an echo chamber, you get all Democrats or all Republicans, or you get a fist fight, you get a mix of both of them, neither of which is very much helpful to your research. And most importantly, data and findings from qualitative research do not have to make sense or be rational. This is the problem for most researchers, and when bias kicks in, to make sense of the data. Qualitative just reports what's out there. It don't have to make sense. Doesn't have to be rational. But what we kick our bias in and we try to make it make sense. And that's when we go from reporting what we've seen to what we start our own narrative then. And that's the problem with a lot of quantitative is we find what we wanted to find and we ignore what we didn't want to find. And it goes back to that ethical treatment of data. All right. That was a whirlwind. Remember, all these things can be found under this week. You can go and explore them at a greater detail. Again, I'm not so much concerned about you learning all the calculus. I need for you to be able to see the big ideas, just like the discussion boards. They're the big ideas from each of the chapters. Not can you do this math? Just like I took the exam the other night. Oh, Deol, you're just showing off. No, it should be that quick. Just like I'm an old man. I can't remember where I'll have to hunt my car keys later today if I want to go somewhere. But this stuff should be second nature. These are concepts that you've got to get because you don't have time to sit and go through your notes and scratch your head. As a leader, you have to make decisions a lot of time, and you have to know. And part of that notion about interviewing people, when people come in and tell you things, 50-50 chance it's true. You can't, oh, I can tell a lie from the truth. No, you can't. It's 50-50. You have to verify, trust, but verify. And that's all about how you can interpret and how you use data, look at the methodology, what sample was used, how was it pulled, was it a convenient sample, was it truly, all these things factor in to how you are able to operate as a leader in your job to make informed decisions. And many ways will be the success or failure of you in your business. All right, what time is it? It's 12:05. All right, so how long do we want to break for lunch today? Let's see what our schedule says. Okay, it says that that I have to allow a little more time when we're at this facility in Charlotte. We don't have to take a whole hour off when we're at home. It's hard for us I try to get us out 15 minutes earlier than the other classes because the line gets backed up in Charlotte. What time y'all want to come back? It's 12:05. You tell me. You want to come back? You want to wait till 1? You want to come back at 12:45? You want to come back at 12:30? The quicker we get through, then that comes off the end of the day here. You tell me. You want to come back at what? 12:45, 40 minutes? Is that enough time? Anybody have a vehement objection to that? All right, 12:45. I'll see you again. All right. All right, we're back. All right, we're going to talk about consultancy a while, and I'm going to talk to you each about yours, and we're going to kind of share some thoughts about consultancy. But before we get into consultancy, let's relate some of the things that I talked about this morning that hopefully we have at least a partial understanding or a beginning to understand. Some things that are going to factor into the success or lack thereof of our consultancy projects. And the first one that I talked about this morning is the Monty Hall 3-door theory, that relates to change. Obviously, what you're trying to do in your consultancy project is affect a change in the partnering organization to make them more successful. Let's just summarize it kind of that way. But, you know, and we know that Kurt Lewin is the person who he's the seminal work in talking about getting organizations to change. But there are some barriers to change, and one of them is the Monty Hall 3-door theory. Now, let me share my screen so that you'll know that I'm not just pulling your leg. This is my buddy John. He's a professor of psychology at Wake Forest. He has written extensively about this and done a lot of research at Wake Forest using undergraduates. I don't know if you've ever run into John or not. He's a professor in the psych department there, but he's my buddy. He lives just up the street. We do a little work together from time to time. But the 3-door theory it's a real thing. Let's see. There it was. Let's see what we've got here. And I had a couple of articles pulled up from some professional journals. But let me stop my share. But let me explain this to you. So who's awake this afternoon? I'm going to pick on Jamiko. All right, Jamiko, we're gonna play. Let's make a deal. Now, Monty Hall was the original. Who is it? Wayne Brady now that does Let's Make a Deal. I believe that's correct. All right. So we're going to play the game where the three-door game. So I have 3 doors, and you get to pick one of the 3 doors. And you know, now the way the game is played is you pick a door. You've got door 1, 2, and 3. Now behind those doors, behind one door is a $25,000 car. Behind one of those doors is $1,000 cash. And behind one of those doors is a goat. So we got a car, the cash, $1,000, or a goat. Those are the prizes that you could win in our game today, Jamiko. All right. So here are the 3 doors, 1, 2, and 3. All right, Jamiko, you get to pick a door. Pick a door.
Door 2.
He picked door 2. All right, Jamiko, and I'm going to show you that I'm not cheating here. All right, behind door number 2, you won $1,000. Jamiko won $1,000. All right, Jamiko. Now you can keep door number 2 and the $1,000, or you can switch to door number 1 or door number 3. Which would you rather do? Now, understanding that if you pick the right door, you're going to get a car, or if you pick the wrong door, you're going to get a goat. Do you want to change or not?
I'm gonna keep the money.
All right, he's going to keep the money. Statistically speaking, he should always change, because when he picked first, he had one out of 3 chance of getting the car, but now he has a 2 out of 3 chance of getting the car if he switches. That phenomenon is why people are adverse to change. The notion here is we're invested, we're bought in, We're doing what we think are the right things, the usual customary things, what we consider the right things. And if we just stick it out long enough, that we will eventually, the tide will turn, that things will come around for us. There is an aversion to, and John's research using Wake Forest undergraduate says it mentally scars people when they had it right and change and get it wrong. Now, if you had it wrong and you change and get it right, you know, hey, that's good. But if you actually had it right, if you had the car, but you took another door and got the go, that would scar you for life. That undergraduates will report when they do like hundreds of these things, examples over and over. They do it a little bit differently where they don't tell you what you got. They show you the door you didn't pick. And then eliminate another one of the choices. So now you've either got the car or the go. That's the way they work it. But people are so afraid. Yeah, the car was door number one. That is true. People are so afraid of having it right and just didn't stick it out that they're resistant to change. That's going to be your number one problem working with organizations is resistance to change. Number one, they're afraid we've got it right. We're doing the right things, the usual customary practices. We're doing the right thing. If we just stick it out long enough or hard enough or more intensity, you know, if 1 gallon of water is not making Jamaica fly, maybe 2 will. You know, we just got to stick it out. More water, intensity, more people doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But there is a actual mental scarring that occurs, according to John and his research, that we had it right, but we changed and got it wrong. But the probability is we go from a 1 in 3 chance to a 2 in 3. Every time we should change. When we're offered the opportunity to give up the door we have and change, at that opportunity, if we're interested in that car, every time we should change. Probability is on our side, 2 out of 3 versus 1 out of 3. So that's the first thing that you're going to run into in consultancy. People don't want to change, even when the odds are better in their favor. They don't want to change. They're convinced, they're bought in that if we just stick it out, if we'll just be, you know, if we'll just wait, if we'll just stick it out, if we'll just stick to our guns, we know what we're doing here. So that's going to be your first one. The second one is people misunderstand what data means. All right, we're going to pick another volunteer from the crowd here. So I need somebody, you get to choose who the volunteer is this time. I need somebody to explain the NFL draft combine to me.
I vote Tim.
Yeah.
All right, Tim, tell us what the NFL draft combine is, for those of us who don't know.
The NFL Draft Combine is a statistical test for specific positions to see how fast they can run, how high they can jump, how strong they are, how smart they are, situational football drills, and comparing it to the results of previous years so that they can take that data and make the best choice to fit the greatest need of their team.
When they draft new players every year coming out of college, they have in May or June, according to the timing, they meet in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium, and they have all these quantitative tests set up to measure the physical ability of these young men coming out of college, with the idea that we want to see their physical ability. We want to test them. We want some quantitative data on them. And there is a little qualitative data there as well, but not, it's mostly just quantitative. So that we can make informed choices when we select our draft picks to add to our team in the 7 rounds of the NFL draft. And then everybody every year derides certain teams. Oh, they had a great draft, or that guy was a bust, and all those kinds of things. And they make fun of, or they point out who the idiot was, and all those things. The problem is those people who are doing that don't understand what the combine is about. The combine simply gives you data that says these people have the capability to be successful. It says nothing about whether they will be successful or not. It just, we know that if they can't run fast and jump high and aren't strong, those are the things we need to be a football player. Bigger, stronger, faster beats smaller, slower, weaker every day, every time. It doesn't mean that they will be successful. It just says these are the characteristics that you have to have. Now, whether you'll be successful or not, there's several other variables in that. But this is the baseline stuff that you have to have in order to be. That doesn't mean you will be. But we can guarantee that if you don't have these things, you won't be. It gives us the best opportunity. That's what probability is. Probability is not certainty, folks. Correlation is not causation. There's a fairly high correlation between your physical ability and success, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be successful. Correlation is not causation. Probability is not, probability is high, but it's not a certainty, it's not a lock. And see, many organizations will resist change. And I'm not sure, that's not certain. There's no guarantees. Folks, data is not meant to be a guarantee. Again, the heart of all inferential statistics is probability, probable. Not certainty, not causation. But those are two examples of the people who rant and rave and laugh, oh, well, they got that wrong. They didn't get it wrong. That kid could run that fast, jump that high, and do that many bench presses. It measured exactly what it was supposed to. You're saying it was supposed to measure something else. Well, it doesn't measure something else. It simply measures this. Aversion to change and not understanding what data means are the two biggest problems you're going to have in your consultancy. Yes, David.
Dr. Lamb, what do you call though when, I know a certain amount of randomness is involved, but what do you call the data Tim was talking about? There's I know I was reading about time series analysis and all this kind of stuff from the books that you had to read, but what do you call that when they got this data and it tells you the probability, and they keep using the combines for a reason after they've gotten their data and these guys have gotten in the NFL and they go back and look at it for them to continue? What is that?
That's just called repeated measures. It's just that simple. I mean, you know, that's that continuous improvement loop. We look for these characteristics and we see how they play out on the field, and that's a repeated measures, a continuous improvement cycle. We get better and better looking for what can these guys do that lead them to success that the other guys can't do, and we continue to refine the process over and over and over in that continuous improvement cycle. That's what improvement science is. That's what the NFL, that's what they're trying to do with the combine is the personification, because they're using people, of improvement science. You know, continuous improvement. We go through the tests and the measures. They go out and perform. We link that back to their performance, and we get better and better. When the combine originally started a long time ago, it was very simple. It was just they weighed you and measured you, see, you know, how many reps you could do on the bench press and how fast you could run. Now it's as Tim said, they have position specific skill sets. Now they weigh and measure and have everybody run and jump and see how high they can jump. But they have cone drills, they have backpedaling, you know, can you flip your hips and turn and run, and those kinds of things for a corner. You talk about, a corner's got stiff hips. People say, what's the difference between a corner and a safety? Safety's got stiff hips. That's real simple. He can't turn and run like a corner. He may be as fast as a corner, but he cannot, he can't pivot. I mean, we know those things are important in those positions, and we've defined and gotten better and better and better. It doesn't mean that because somebody comes through that and we miss on them, that doesn't mean that the data is bad or that the data is not valid. It measures somebody's potential to be a player. It doesn't say that they're going to be successful. Again, that's a misinterpretation of data. We've taken it too far. Yes, Tim.
I guess this would be going back like a anecdotal, just making an observation based off the data and really just eyeballing the players that are successful. I think that more likely that players who come into the NFL and test well, more likely do perform how teams think they will, compared to I guess it would be outliers, the ones who, like Tom Brady, who are, Mr. Irrelevant picks that, blaze through the league. So yeah.
He is an outlier, and we have to be careful that we don't try to say, well, what, we're looking for we're going to take a chance on all these people who are outliers because we may find that diamond in the rough. But sometimes those people have a virtuoso ability. You got to be people. Billy asked Bill Joel one time, who makes it in the music business? He said, well, you have to be a virtuoso at one thing, either playing, singing, or writing music. You got to be a virtuoso at something. I mean, we have come to understand that Brady is a virtuoso at being able to internalize data and be able to figure out, read defenses, and his processing can go through his progressions. No, he's not great. But now the thing you got to remember, now Brady's not small. He's 6'5". He can see the field. He does have a tremendous. Maybe not now, but when he was young, he's always had a good arm. I mean, it wasn't like he was, like he was sad sack going out there that didn't, couldn't play dead. I mean, he had a certain level of ability, but he had one thing about him that made him an outlier. But we got to be careful in business. That was another one. Thank you for bringing that up, Tim. That was another one of the things that I was going to point out during this segment is we can't chase outliers. I mean, I turn on YouTube when I upload my videos, and some things pop up before you go in, and one of my favorite videos to watch is from, I think it's either 1967 or 68, and it's the Temptations doing "I Wish It Would Rain," the song "I Wish It Would Rain." Now their normal singer was Eddie Kendricks, but David Ruffin sings that song. And why do they have David Ruffin sing that song? He hits a note in that song that only about 3 people ever in the world could hit. It's just chilling that he can hit that note. But now you can't depend on everybody in your organization being able to hit that note like David Ruffin can. I mean, that's just a God-given talent. And that Brady has is an outlier. He has a God-given talent, but you're not going to find that. But the notion that, the outlier over here means the whole system is bad. No, that's why we call them an outlier. They have some sort of gift. They have some virtuoso talent that we can't teach it to other people. We can't determine the success of our organization on finding those people with those just so unique talents. Because he can do it doesn't mean we can teach it to anybody else. We could teach me from now on, and I'm never going to be able to play the guitar like Eric Clapton. I'm never, nobody on this video is going to be able to hit that note like David Ruffin. That ain't going to happen. You can't set your organization up on outliers. You got to go with the probability data, just like the NFL does. They go with the probability data that these guys have these physical abilities. There's an outlier that comes along every once in a while, and that's just wonderful. But you can't base your business model on outliers. That's a great point, Tim. You cannot. The combine is about probability, giving ourselves the best chance to be successful. And you know, did Bill Belichick help? Absolutely. Again, that's that part of that luck, you know, that serendipity, right time, right place. That's the whole theme of Malcolm Gladwell's book, Outliers. If you have not read Outliers, you need to read Outliers. The whole notion of that book, right time, right place. A lot of success is luck. Yeah, you've got the ability, but you're at the right time at the right place. Talks about Steve Jobs. He talks about Bill Gates, and you know that era of time. And but a lot of people, you know, these people, what makes them successful? A lot of it's just luck. Right time, right place, right conditions. You know, I think about during the time that Brady came in the league. What if he'd had one of them old school coaches like Bum Phillips or Jerry Glanville or one of them guys that, you know, spit on it and rub it, hit them harder kind of guys? Do you think he'd ever developed that? I mean, with that innate genius or brilliance that he'd had, that would have ever come to light? No. Belichick recognized something in him and saw that he was a virtuoso with this. And he set his offense up around him. You didn't see him out there running RPOs, running past options, sticking his head in the line. I mean, they used up Cam Newton's talent in Carolina. They what a bunch of idiots. You had a once in a lifetime, once in a generation physical talent, and you wasted it using him like a battering ram. He had the wrong coaching, always. But you know, we do what we know. And so had Cam Newton been with Bill Belichick when he was young and relatively healthy, I shudder to think what could have happened, what he could have done, what a physical talent he was. But now he's used up. They used him for a battering ram. He's got more career yards than 95% of the running backs that ever played in the league. I saw something last night. He's got nearly 6,000 yards rushing. He's a quarterback. How smart is that? But you know, he had a talent, and we built our whole organization around it. And but you can't replicate that. I mean, I look at Christian McCaffrey now. He can't touch the ball 35 times a game this year, or he will be used up. He may be used up already. That is poor planning. He may be used up already. He didn't play again last night. They said he'll be ready to go in 2 weeks. Well, I don't know that.
Yeah, I'm nervous for him too.
They've run the wheels off of him. He's not a big guy. He is not a big guy, and they've run the wheels off of him. He averaged 35 touches a game until he physically broke down. Again, he has a virtuoso talent. He's an outlier, but we've set the whole organization around that. That's not smart. You got to work on probability. You can't work with outliers, you know, depending on getting that one special person to make things work in your organization. You've got to plan for success. You've got to plan for success organizationally, and you got to play the odds. You know, how many times is a Cam Newton going to come along with that kind of talent? You know, when you get it, don't waste it. And they wasted it running him, you know, which was stupid. He should have been back there throwing the ball, and they should have changed. They could have won 3 or 4 Super Bowls during his prime if they'd just thrown the ball, but they didn't. They didn't do that. They had a good enough defense back then that they could have won some. They could have done some things, but they did not do that. And so as you move into consultancy, as you move into consultancy, you're going to find out that people will not see reason because they're vested. People will not go with probability. They'll try to play those long shots, those outliers, those hunches. They're trying to win the lottery all the time. And more importantly, they deal in hope. Hope is not a plan. Let me say that again. Hope is not a plan. And depending on outliers is hope. You need to plan for success in your organization. You need to change and do the things that the data tells you you need to do. I know it's scarring for people if they changed and got it wrong after they had it right. But you got, your data tells you what you got to do. But you got to understand, data only gives you probability. Data does not make a sure thing. Too many people think, oh, it's got to, we're not changing unless it's a sure thing. Well, I'll never tell you it's a sure thing. When you call me in and here are the numbers. When I was a research associate at Chapel Hill, I went to a school district. We were doing university teams, and I went out and they said, we want you to prove that our summer program works. I said, that's not what I do. I said, what do you mean? You're supposed to be this data guru from Chapel Hill. What do you mean? I said, I will find what's there. If your program is successful, the data will tell us that. But I don't do the work where I predetermine the outcome, then go find data that supports that. Well, we think the program's successful. We just need for you to prove that. Well, no, that's not what data does. They said, well, what are you going to do? I said, well, it's real simple. For those of you, I don't know if there's anybody on the screen, and hopefully, there's nobody on the screen old enough to remember the old CETA program, CETA federal programs. That in the summer, the kids would go to school half a day and then do physical activity in the afternoon. It's one of the titles, kind of like Title I. Like you have Title I for elementary kids that work with them academically. One of the titles, the later titles, Title VII, 6 and 7, 5, 6, and 7, work with at-risk kids between high school, elementary or middle school, or 8th to 9th grade. You had all these summer programs, these CETA programs. These kids worked around the schools with custodians, worked in, at city planning office, city county government. They would go to class in the morning, and then they would work in different, nonprofit organizations in the afternoon and do physical labor. And so the one in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, I was a research associate at Chapel Hill. I wasn't working in Charlotte then. This was like in '87. It was called the Summer C Program, Summer Enrichment Activities, SEA. The Summer C Program, federally funded. Well, you know what happens when you get a federal grant. You have to give them data that shows that you're being effective. And so they came to me and they said, we need to prove that our program's working. That's not what we do. And so they said, well, what will you do to measure the effectiveness of our program? It's real simple. I said, right here in your mission statement, it says that you will improve the academics, the attendance, and the behavior of the kids who go through the Summer C Program. I said, it's real simple. We'll take your data from their 8th grade year, their grades, their attendance, and their discipline referrals. Then the treatment is the Summer C Program, and then we'll just do a simple t-test. And then at the end of the 9th grade year, we'll measure, guess what? Their grades, their attendance, and their behavior, and we'll compare the two. Now there might be alternative explanations, other things, but we'll look at the before and after data after your treatment, your program, which is the Summer C Program. I said, oh, well, we can't do that. And I said, well, why not? They said, well, none of those things improve. Well, then how do you claim that you are having success then? Well, we all have a job and everybody gets paid, and the kids love it. I'm not smart enough to make that up. That really happened. And so I said, I appreciate your time. And I adiosed right on out. And I did another project over at JT Williams. They needed a project that I actually wanted done. But now that's a true life example of we want the data to tell, what we want it to tell. We want our version of success is different than the actual stated objectives. See, that's called goal displacement. That's the third thing that you're going to get in organizations that say, we want this to happen. This is why we're doing this. But really, that's not what they're doing. This is success. And anything that upsets that apple cart, you're in trouble. So one of the things that you've got to determine when you go into an organization is what is really their goal. Not what their stated goal is. What is really their goal? Because if you don't, you can run afoul of some of the laws, customs, the kind of the hidden agendas in an organization. You run afoul of those real quick if you don't know that that's not really the goal. See, the goal of the summer seat program in Charlotte was to make sure everybody had a job for the summer. And anything that got in the way of that, you know, you had to be very careful of. Their goal was not to actually for those kids to do better, grades, attendance, and behavior. Why they could give a rip about that. They didn't care. This was about, you know, we getting a check. Don't get in the way of our check. And so that's the third thing is a lot of organizations experience goal displacement. What their stated mission vision goals are is not what they actually live every day. And you have to be very careful. My wife, when we were in Burke County, she taught at the State Technology School at Table Rock. It was a middle school from there in the district, but it was a State Technology School, which was one of the first ones built back in the early 90s. And there was a young lady who taught there who was from Table Rock, which is a very mountainous rural community. And her name was Ramona. She lived about 4 miles past where the pavement ends on the dirt road. And she went to, I think it was a Pentecostal church. And they got a new preacher. And, you know, back up in the mountains there in Appalachia. And then he was, the first Sunday he was there, he got up, you know, we're going to do this. And they were amening him from the choir and from the congregation. You know, we're going to spread the word of the Lord. We're going to, you know, we're going to be better neighbors. We're going to minister to our people. And then he said, we're going to stop making and drinking that white liquor. And a hush fell over the crowd. You could hear a pin drop. And finally, the chairman of the deacon stood up and said, preacher, you've gone too far. You've quit preaching and now you're meddling. That's what data does. That's what consultants do. Your job as a consultant is not implementation, because that's going to get ugly. What you do as a consultant is you collect your data, especially in this program. You write up your recommendations and your action plan. You put it in there, grab your little paw, and you run to the bank as fast as you can to try to cash the check for being a consultant. Because most of what you're going to do is you quit preaching and now you're meddling. You know, they've got a way that they do business. They don't want to change. They've misinterpreted data. They believe if they just keep hanging on that it's going to happen. Monty Hall. They've got goal displacement. They're not there for what they say they are. They're there for something else. And when you come in and you consult and collect data and you make these things, these sins known, you just better hope they don't know where you live. So therein lies the problem inherent in consultancy. Now, Alexandra lives in that space. And I'm quite sure, and this is completely unprompted, I'm quite sure she could tell us stories along that line, because I consult all the time. I will be doing a series in Cherokee County, South Carolina, starting in about 3 weeks. I'll be working with them. I'll do 6 sessions and work and consult with them. I did Thomasville. I do consulting every year with different school districts and different nonprofits. Jeff mostly does churches. I just run the numbers from him. But we consult somewhere every year. And I can tell you, I've done it since 1987. And I can tell you, these are the things that you will hit on a regular basis. David, did you have a question?
No, I just comment on based on what you're saying.
Yeah.
In the local government realm, we had one of the highest tax rates in the Charlotte metro region, and we analyzed it. Manager brought me in, we sat down and talked about it, and whereas in Mecklenburg County had a much lower tax rate.
Yeah.
And so the politicians, like officials, was always talking about, well, we're going to lower the tax rate, but they never thought about property values. In Mecklenburg County, the property values were rated like they needed to be, so they could have a lower tax rate. In Gaston, the property values were too low, so you have to pay me now, pay me later. So we had to have a tax rate. So it looks like Gaston versus McNamara, the tax rate was different, when in fact, the data, we was looking at data in a different way than what they were looking at. That's at the local government level.
Yeah.
And so politicians, elected officials, and we got to get the tax rate lower and comparing yourself to other counties. So then you lower the tax rate, our budget's low, and then we have to cut services. And it looks good at November when election comes around and say, hey, we lowered the tax rate. Well, we had to cut out these programs.
Yeah, that's exactly. Now, you know, we're going to get to Alexandria in just a second. On the last round, but David's absolutely right. I live in Mecklenburg County, my primary, that's where I am today. Our tax rate stays pretty much the same. They just try to match your property evaluation with the market, which is a much more equitable system, but it doesn't allow for much politicking. That's the problem. You know, if your house is worth more, you have more value, and so while the rate stays pretty much the same, they make sure that. So, you know, my house here, the last reevaluation right before the pandemic, my property value went up $160,000. I didn't say it went up that much, but I live on the lake at Lake Norman. That's what happens. I couldn't afford it now, but you know, we've been here for 30 years. And so, but you know, I have more value than I ought to have to pay more. But when you manipulate the rate, as David is talking about, that's just politics. And people end up getting hurt. That's just a political manipulation, you know, but that's all that is. That's not to help people or services. That's just to make political hay. That's all that's for. If you're interested in being equitable, then you work on the evaluation of the property, because that's real. That's not a political thing. Alexandra, is there anything you'd like to share with us about your experiences in the consulting world?
I agree with what you're saying. I think the issue is it can be a little less obvious. That I think people do think that they want to change and they want to do better. But then when they figure out what it takes to change, then they start backpedaling. So I don't think that people generally are like opposed to change outright. I think they don't understand what it means or what it costs or what it takes, and that gives them pause.
Yeah.
And the data helps to elucidate that for them, which is can be even scarier. Because you know exactly what you need to do in some cases.
So, but then what happens is we shoot the messenger. You can see from the way my desk is positioned, I have a TV over here to my left. It's perpendicular. I set up all my offices. There's a TV around that way. And late at night, when I grade and work, I will sometimes turn the TV on. Don't care what channel it's on or what it is. I'm not going to pretty much pay attention to it anyway. I'll turn it on a car show or a cooking show or something that just you know, have a little background, not very loud. But sometimes it'll be on and something will catch my attention or catch my eye. And I thought, boy, I don't know what it was, but it was a movie from medieval times. And I thought, boy, I would love to have that clip. I got to find that clip. And it was this fella came and gave the king bad news. And then the fellow was shaking, you know, the little squire was shaking. He was down on his knees. Please don't kill me, you know, king, for bringing the bad news. And the king said, oh, I'd never kill the bearer of bad news. And he turns to the knight and says, kill him. That's what happens as a consultant. You know, they want to kill the person who brings the bad news. They don't want to act upon the news. They you know, the news to them, the data and the news is not the problem. It's you, the one that brought it. That's why I said you hand them the action plan and you run quickly to the bank to make sure their check don't bounce, because they don't want to hear it. I mean, it's the difference between being a missionary and an evangelist. An evangelist like Billy Graham takes the word to people who want to hear it. A missionary takes the word to people that don't want to hear it, and often ends up boiled in a pot. That's what happens. Consultancy is a tough gig. And the three most common things you're going to run up against, just like Alexander said, is, change. Either they're resistant, or because they're scared, or they don't realize how much work change is going to be. Number two is they misinterpret data. That data is about probability. It's not a certainty. Oh, we did that before and it didn't work. Well, how many times have you heard that? We tried that before. They think data means certainty. It does not. And the other is goal displacement. The organization has devolved into something else, where people don't come to work every day for the stated goals or the mission, vision of the organization, what I refer to as the goals. They don't come for that. They come for other reasons. And if you come in and point that out, that they are angry because you have kind of exposed them. You quit preaching and now you met. This is how we do things around here. We look out for ourselves. We set up the system to benefit us as individuals rather than the client system. Those are the three things that you're going to do. Now, hopefully you have found a partnering organization. Hopefully you've only been with them a short while, because the longer you're with them, the more likely it is for this thing to go bad. The perfect scenario is in semester 4, you find somebody. Semester 5, we put some methodology. 6, you go out and collect the data, and then you're done. And if it falls apart after that, it's no big deal, because all you got to do is give them the deliverable anyway. Remembering consultancy is not internship. They're learning from you, not vice versa. The longer you're there, it's not a good thing. The longer you're there, the better chance it has for it to get sideways and fall apart. Let me say that again. Length of consultancy, the longer is not better, it's worse. We had 11 people graduate or up for graduation this past summer. They started, they did their proposal defense. And so I'll dial those up when they did their final defense. And all of them went well except for one. And unfortunately, he did not get through. But he didn't get through because in his 8th semester, he got moved from his job to another job. And his consultancy was to evaluate a peer leadership program in the high school where he was an AP. He got moved to an elementary school. And so when he showed up for his final defense a few weeks later, his final project was implementing a trauma-informed curriculum in elementary school. Wait, what? His project fell apart late, but he hadn't, but the problem was he hadn't collected any of the data in semester 6. It fell apart in semester 8. If he had collected his data in semester 6 as he was supposed to, then he would have been fine. But he waited too late. His plan was to collect his data in semester 8. Well, that's too late. We want to collect data next semester, folks. We want to collect our data and be done in number 6. You will leave me and us with your methodology intact, and you will go then and collect your data. And then you can write it up later. You don't need the partnering organization to write it up or to develop your action plan. That's what they pay a consultant for. That's what you're going to do. But his fell apart in 8. But if he'd collected his data and done what he was supposed to do, 2 semesters previous to that, he'd have been fine. But he waited too late to try to collect his data. And then, he obviously the methodology that you would use to evaluate a program for high school students would not be the same methodology that you would use to implement a curriculum for elementary students. They couldn't be any further apart. The data, the analytics that we use for evaluation are nowhere what we would use for implementation. And so, but his problem stemmed from he got to semester 8 and hadn't collected any data. That's the tale of woe for today. And there was no way to make the methodology fit. So when you leave us at the end of this semester in early December, you're going to have a plan to collect your data. And then you're going to work with me and Qualtrics to do that, if that's what it takes. But whatever it takes to do this is what we'll do. If we have to do Qualtrics, you know. And so I've got one of my doctoral students is up in, what's it called? Virginia Lina, that's it, Virginia Lina. It's up above Oxford on 52. If you're out at Crabtree Valley Mall in Raleigh and you see 52 heading north to Oxford, you get on it, you just keep going. Till you get to the Virginia line. I mean, it's a long ride up there. And you talking about out in the middle of nowhere. I could tell you, first time I went and visited Angela up there, she was in the program where I'm coordinator. It's been a few years back. So I guess it was 2016 when I went up and visited her the first time, because I passed this place. It looked like a junkyard, but actually people lived there. And they had taken a 4x8 piece of plywood and cut it in half and made two signs that they'd stuck out near the road that took a can of spray paint. And again, this is the fall of 16 when I'm riding up to see Angela. And this is how economically depressed this area is. And there was two signs out in this man's front yard that looked like a junkyard, an abandoned house. And the sign, one of them said Trump and the other one said goats for sale. And I said, I know what kind of part of the world I'm in here. I've got it. And so I went up there. And so that's relevant to her consultancy, in that she's working with a group trying to close the digital divide for families in that part of the world. It's a really economically depressed area. Well, she said to me, is it okay if we don't use Qualtrics and digital surveys? I said, well, Angela, and use paper surveys. I would expect that you would have to use paper surveys, seeing how the whole project is. These people don't have technology. It'd be kind of hard to give them a survey in Qualtrics when they don't have internet or computers. I would expect you to use paper. She said, well, I know that, you know, that's going to be tough on you. It's not about being tough on me. We can still analyze your data. I completely understood that when you signed on for this project, that we were not going to be able to do Qualtrics and do something simple like that we were going to have to go old school, pencil and paper. And so, you know, we'll figure out a way. But the semester after this spring, you're going to collect your data. If you want to get done on time, if you want to get out before you're as old as I am, you're going to need to collect your data this spring. Partner last semester, methodology this semester, collect your data next semester. And then in semester 7, you write up that to deliverable 8, you do your executive summary 9, you do your defense. It's just that simple. Biggity bangity boom. That's what we're going to do now.
Hey,
So,
Doctor,
yes.
we're in semester 6 right now, because we started in the spring semester. So how does that timeline line up for us?
It really doesn't change, in that you will collect your data either at the end of this semester or the beginning of next semester. The good thing is that you don't cycle into that short semester summer like the people would. So you have the same amount of time. We set that up to make sure we didn't want to teach you this class in the summertime. We've done that before, and that's fool's errand to try to teach this class in the summertime. And so even though y'all are already in 6, you'll have 7 to collect your data and write it up, and then 8 executive summary. You'll have a full semester to do that. So if you go in and count the weeks, it comes out the same, because you get this semester and next are 2 full 16-week semesters, whereas those other people, they have a 15 and a 10. And so it squeezes them on that end. So yeah, y'all will be fine. And if you've already got some idea of your methodology, or if you've already got some data, we can make that work. But consultancy, the biggest thing to remember is consultancy is not internship. It's not you just going out there and hanging around the water cooler trying to learn stuff. You're going out to provide a service to them. You know, with all this content you learned in the first 5 semesters, and then the methodology you've got, you're going out there to provide a service. It's not, you know, going out there and trying to learn something. You will learn things from them, but that's not the point of the exercise. Now, does anybody have any questions at all about the consultancy shell, the one that you're in with Dr. Hamilton? Let me share my screen.
You may need to clarify what that is for me.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what
okay.
That's what I'm gonna attempt to do right now. All right, in Blackboard, there is a shell. Let me see if it's timed me out. Of course it has. All right, yours will say Consultancy Project Hamilton. And this is mine. I think he talked about maybe moving y'all over to mine. But y'all have had a consultancy seminar every semester with somebody who was your consultancy coach. Was that Dr. Hamilton?
Dr. Jones.
Dr. Jones. So have you seen a shell that looks like this? You should have one that I'm hoping he'll maybe move you over to mine. But you know, phase 1, what is the project? You've done all these activities, you know, all this stuff, project strand, creating consultancy, the status reports, your gateway assessment submissions and all those things. And then, you know, when you pass those, you go to phase 2 planning, and everybody understands then phase 3 is there's not a lot. That's just collecting your data. And then 4, that most of the work is in this one, but we should be here at this phase 2 planning at this time. Define the scope of your problem, what planning needs to be done, what resources do I need, when does it need to get done. Let's see what he's got under here. Yeah, he's got all that stuff. So this is where you should be in that. Have you heard anything from Dr. Jones about meeting this semester about consultancy? I'll leave that to her. You can see I've added a few things for my folks, but keep up. This stuff is what you're going to need when you get to putting together your executive summary.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So we're in phase 2 now. When do you suggest we complete this phase?
By the end of this semester, and then you got a semester for your execution. Execution just means collecting your data. You should be, by the end of this semester, ready to collect your data. So 2 should be done by the end of this semester. 3, there's not really anything much in 3. 3 is just collecting your data. Let me go back and show you that. That's a great question. So phase 3 execution. You can see there are none of those things to do. It's just you go out and get your data. So pretty much all of those documents and assessments and all that stuff, that's in phase 1 and 2. When we get through, by the end of this course, You move to phase 3, that means go out and collect your data. That's what execution is. And then at the end of the data collection, you have your series of recommendations and you have your action plan. Okay. Now, did I put it in our shell? So let me go back to this one. Okay, so this is what your final presentation for me, which is your proposal defense, looks like. This is just prior to going out and collecting your data. You've got a quantitative piece and a qualitative piece, and here's the rubric. But here's what your final presentation for me got to have. All right, so let's go over that. Add it up. First section will be your introduction. What is the problem? Now, there are five things you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your limit is 20 slides. If you can't remember, write it down. Your limit is 20 slides. I do not want little bitty print on these slides either. I want big ideas on these 20 slides for your final presentation. All right, so of your 20 slides, the first part is introduction. What is the problem I'm seeking to address and why is it important? We can't do the old politician thing of solving problems that don't exist. I mean, let's, I hate to get in, well, if I do, partisan politics, I guess people know, Deol, you need to, well, but here's the thing. In my lifetime, the biggest non-problem that I've ever seen that we've wasted time and money on is the wall. It solves a problem that doesn't exist. And so net immigration in this country has been neutral or negative for years. People don't walk across the border. They come across in cars, tunnels and vans and all that. I've been out in the Southwest. I've seen places out there that it cost $1 million a foot to build a wall. The mountains and the terrain and all that. The wall addresses a problem that doesn't exist. Now, I'm not saying that immigration isn't a problem that I'm talking about, but people walking across the border is not a real problem in terms of the number of them. Just like election fraud, people, voter fraud, that kind of not really a problem that exists. And so if we were doing a project on stopping voter fraud, I would say, why? That's not really a problem. Less than 1/100% of votes are fraudulent. Why would you be spending time and money on something that doesn't exist or doesn't matter? So when, if we extrapolate that to an organization, we want to, this is our problem over here is everybody, doesn't get the same amount of time for lunch every day. Is that really a defining problem for the organization? Well, we just come up with a new lunch schedule and we solve that problem. But why was that a problem and why was it important? So when we're doing our introduction, what is my problem and why is that important? If it's not important, then it's not a problem. Has anybody ever done the in-basket thinking activity with the 23 emails? Anybody ever done that one? That's one of my favorites. That is absolutely. I got to pull that up quickly, and because it's relevant to what we're talking about right here. I'll share my screen. So the in-basket activity is 23 emails. You've got to decide what you're going to do with them, how you're going to respond. You know, there's law, there's other things, but in the end, you're asked to categorize them. Let me pull this up into one of 4 quadrants. And the secret is it's not really about the emails, it's about your ability to reason. And so I'll give you the final exam here. And we'll see how smart your doctoral students are. The emails themselves are immaterial. Here's your question. Here are 4 quadrants. You're supposed to categorize these 23 emails in one of these 4 quadrants. Which of these 4 quadrants should never have anything in it? Which one of these, if we pick, we know that you're the village idiot, we'd never hire you. Look at the descriptions on them. One is the email urgent and important? Number 2, is the email not urgent, but it is important? Number 3, it's not urgent and not important. And number 4, it's not urgent and not important. Number 3 is urgent, but not important. So which of those you should, shows that you don't have the ability to reach? Which of those you could never have an email that would fall in that category? Again, urgent, important, not urgent, important, urgent, but not important, and not urgent and not important. Just think for a minute. Which of the 3 quadrants is
urgent but not important?
Number 3, that is correct. How could it be urgent but it's not important? Urgency implies importance. One of the problems that we get into when we look at projects, we think if it's not urgent, then it's not important and we shouldn't be doing it. If this is something we can get to later on, or one of them, it'd be good to do this kind of stuff, it's not really a problem. It's just kind of a, good to know, or we'll get to that kind of later on. There's got to be a sense of urgency. People say, well, how do we know if it's important? You have that checklist in your consultancy project shell, that is this a project? And that's all it's doing, is determine the urgency and importance. That's all it's doing. You have a checklist and you plot it out, is this and it's called, is this a project? But the biggest problem that we have is that you don't pick a worthy project. It's not really important. It's not really a problem. It's just something to be nice to do. So you got to be able to tell me why this is a problem and why it's important. And then what is my hypothesis and or research question? What do I want to know? What do I want to know? And then that leads us to our literature review of our theoretical framework, because it falls in one of those 5. Lewin, Hertzberg, Maslow, Arduous, Getzel. I mean, it's going to, it's either going to be people, product, process, or product in the organization. Let me say that again. Your problem is going to be either people, your processes, or the product. So it means it has to be one of these 5. Now you say, but Deol, they're all kind of theoretical, but these are the only 5 for those 3 things. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. I've already done it for you. I've already told you it'll be one of these 5. Trust me. And then you tell us then you do research on the actual problem itself, and then on potential solutions from the literature. I'll go back to an example for our 2 5th grade teaching ladies. Our problem in 5th grade is kids can't read. Is it comprehension or fluency? Well, we go a little research on why kids can't read. Well, it's either comprehension or fluency. Duh. All right. So fluency is usually when we have English as second language people. Well, what do we do for that? Well, the research says we ought to be teaching them phonics, word recognition. It's just that simple. You know, and then we pick our methodology. Usually we're going to use a convergent design when we collect quantitative and qualitative separately and then compare them. Or we can do explanatory where we collect survey data, quantitative, and then we use the low items to follow up on with interviews and say, why is that low and what can we do to fix it? That's what we do with that. And then out of that, we'll write our qualitative data and quantitative data projects. We'll write those out of that. And then we'll what our findings, what we'll do with our findings and recommendations, and then we'll give them the action plan, the deliverable, and then we'll run to the bank. Hope the guys to check before it bounces. You know, people say, what's an action plan? Well, let's look at this. I think I might have shared this with you. If I didn't, it may be under next week's, but we'll look at it right now. So I've got to look at the PowerPoint from today from Collins, make sure I get one little open, and let's let me see it. So here's the action plan. This is what we want to summarize our action plan in. Something like this: the specific activity, who's going to do when we're going to do it, and the person's responsible. And I shouldn't say staff or employees or some division. It should have somebody's name there. The resources we're going to need, fiscal and human, to pull this off. How are we going to do our formative assessment? Anybody know what formative assessment is? Somebody explain formative assessment. Now, before we start, it's not, we measure the outcome, intended outcome halfway through, and then at the end we measure it again, and that's the summative. No, that is not formative assessment. What is formative assessment? Commonly known as fidelity checks. Somebody want to venture an answer here? This is important. I'll be the one then. A formative assessment is of the adults. It's of the implementation. Are people operating and acting with fidelity? Are they doing the things that you told them that they needed to do? You're checking on them. Now, the summative is we'll look at it, we'll measure whatever the operational variable that we were trying to change. You know, the good number we were trying to make go up or the bad number go down. We check to see if it went up or down. But don't get confused that, you know, well, halfway through we'll give them a pretest and see how, you know. No, formative assessment is fidelity. Are the adults doing what you told them to do? And so, and then the goal, and then the indicator of success. I'm asked often, well, what's the difference between those? The goal is where we want to get eventually. Indicator of success is if we made this much growth this year, that would be successful. Again, it goes back to the number of standard deviations. I mean, if we want to move our test scores 20 points, for example, if we only move them 5 this year, that's successful. That's one standard deviation. I can't expect you to move them all 4 standard deviations 20 points in 1 year. But now that's our goal, is to move them 20 points eventually. But our indicator of success is more of a short term. In the intermediate, this would be what we're looking for. Again, formative and summative assessment. Now below down here is the difference between recommendations and a plan. You know, this would be recommendations. This is a plan. You got to assess it. And in order for that continuous improvement loop, remember we talked about that. We're continually trying to improve. This back half is what makes this a plan as opposed to just recommendations. The classic example of this, as we coast into the break, The classic example of this was when I was an elementary principal a long time ago. We still had textbooks back then. And so every year or two, the truck would pull up from the county office and they'd slide the back up. We'd tell Joe to stand around, jaw a little bit, and the workers would take the hand trucks and go in there and they'd roll these boxes of new textbooks out. And they would roll them down to the book room, would unlock the book room, put them in there. And they'd sit there all year long. And at the end of the year, when the kids took the reading test, California Achievement Test, their test scores didn't prove them. What would we say? That new reading edition wasn't any better than the last one. And the books would be sitting there in the boxes, never even got them out because nobody was bothering to do fidelity checks to see if the new reading program was being implemented or not. We just, we didn't bother to do that. And then we blamed that the new reading program wasn't any better. Well, of course it wasn't any better than the old, because it was never implemented with fidelity like we said it was supposed to be. And so that needs to be a part of your plan. You can't go out and assess a program whether it worked or not if you're not sure that it was ever even implemented. I had a doctoral dissertation student at 71st High School in Fayetteville, and yes, I called their name. They're data cheats, and I'm sorry, if the shoe fits, wear it. But we did a convergent design for her dissertation. She went in and they supposedly implemented the secondary version of Positive Behavior Intervention Support System, PBIS, in a high school a few years back when that was, one of the first ones that did that. And we collected quantitative data on the number of referrals and suspensions. And then, supposedly they implemented this PBIS program. Again, we looked at referrals and suspensions, and suspensions were down 80%. And everybody said, "Oh, hallelujah, it's a miracle." It's, again, water stain of the face of the baby Jesus on the side of the wall. It's just a miracle. So we went and did the qualitative work, and we asked the teachers, did this program really work that well? Guess what they said? What program? We didn't even know we had a program. Did y'all not do any training? No, we didn't do any training. We just kept sending them to the office. They just didn't suspend them. It was just that we claimed that we implemented PBIS as cover for just stopping suspended kids. We just manipulated. Again, I've told you, I can lose weight one of two ways. I can eat better and work out, or I can reach down and turn the wheel on the front of the scale. Which one of those is a guarantee? Turning the wheel on the front of the scale. Those of you old enough to remember bathroom scales had a wheel on the front. Well, that's all they did at 71st. They just turned the wheel on the front of the scale. That was a lot easier than getting out and supervising and doing anger management, being, making sure the cafeteria had supervision, hot spots, not letting kids hang out in the bathroom and smoke and do all them kinds of things. It's a whole lot easier just quit suspending them. And when people ask questions about what happened, you just say, well, we put this program in, which they didn't do. They just lied. That's why you do convergent design. You go ask people, and they told us right quick, we never had the first minute. We have no PBIS program. We did a fidelity check. Did they implement this? No. Now again, you have to be careful because now you're gonna quit preaching and start meddling here. You got to be real careful about this. That's why you collect your data, and again, you give them the action plan and you run. Don't sign on to do implementation, because that's when they hang the tire around your neck and light on fire. And they're looking for somebody to blame. Implementation is a whole nother gig than consultancy. You do not want to be around when that happens. In England, they have horse racing and steeplechase racing, and the horses are much older and the jockeys are much bigger. But there's one constant over there is you not want to be holding the horse's reins when the horse dies. It doesn't matter that the fellow before you was the one that rode him to death, and then he fell over during your race. That's the end of your career. You do not want to be holding the horse's reins. You don't want to be the one holding the back. So you got to understand that implementation is not our gig. That's not our deal. If you want to pay me to do that, then you don't have to come pay me a whole lot more money than just to figure out what your problem is, because it's going to get ugly now. All right, we're going to do a quick break, and then we're going to do a quick, and we're actually going to. What time did we say we go to 4 o'clock today? We ain't going to 4 o'clock today. We're going to do a quick and dirty. We cut some time off our lunch. We're going to cut a little time off now. Can we be back in 10? 1:10. We'll be back at 1:10, and we're going to finish by 2 o'clock today. All right, 1:10. I'll see you again. All right, we're ready to go. Kim said we're gonna get through by 3 instead of 2. She's right. I can't read a watch. All right. Couple of housekeeping items before we get to y'all and tell me about your consultancy. Again, on the books, you didn't have to have your 2 outside reading books done today. You just have to start them, because there are questions at the end of the discussion board on those. I've had some folks in the past who thought that meant they were optional, or thought that they'd be quick reads. Now, Super Crunchers is a quick and easy read. Quants is not. You need to spend some, you need to start now, and when you have some spare time, you need to read on those. Super Crunchers you can knock out in a couple of sessions. Quants, not so much. So you better get started on those early. The other thing is CITI. Again, that's the IRB process. You need to, let me share my screen. I have the link right here. Let me close some of this stuff out. Get back to Blackboard. Under this week's if you don't know what IRB is, Institutional Review Board, I have the explanation right here for you. This is Royce Chapter 2, and make sure it pops up. Make sure that PowerPoint comes up. It does for me. And it will explain what IRB is. It's ethical issues in program evaluation, and that's what we're doing when you go out and collect data. And it tells you about confidentiality and anonymity and making sure you don't harm participants and all of those kinds of things. And then so if you don't know what IRB is, and some of you have already taken it, you can just work through this at your own pace. And then this link right here will take you directly to the IRB website. And you simply put in your Gardner Webb email address and password, and it will let you take the basic course, which has 17 modules. A couple of you have already finished it, and I thank you for that. But if you haven't taken it, and I think it's good for, is it 4 or 5 years? And so when you log in, again, use your username and password from Gardner Webb. And so Gardner Webb University, and those things. And so my records, looks like mine expires again next fall. So it lasts just like 3 years. And you see, I've taken it in the past, but it looks like 3 years. So if you've done it in the past, it's only good for 3 years, but you've got to take that. And of course, you've got your certificate. And we've had Grade Center. Looks like Melody and who in the world is Lorenzo? That was ugly, wasn't it? But anyway, we've had a couple of folks to finish it up. So make sure you do that. I see a couple have put it in today since I graded last. So finish your CITI, 17 courses and modules in the basic course, and you will be fine.
Dr. Lamb.
Yes.
Yeah, I already done it as well. I already got my certificate.
Log into your account, download your certificate, and just upload. Again, right here, it will let you print share to your certificate right here. View print. You can save it. There's mine. You just simply save that right up here. See the little save button? You get your certificate, you save it, and then you simply upload it in the Dropbox.
Okay.
Right
David, I
here.
couldn't log into my thing, but I went back when I submitted it in the consultancy project folder
Yep.
and got it that way. If you
There
can't
you
find
go.
it. Because I couldn't find it in my little, I was
Yep.
like, I can't do
Yep.
it, but-
And if you put it in your consultancy folder, you can go back and get it from there.
Yeah,
And
that's what I-
then under this week's Saturday, August 28th, I have the Dropbox right here for you. It says certificate Dropbox, and you can just upload it right there. And there you go. Browse my computer. There it is. Open. Submit. Just that simple. Of course, not because I'm not a student, but that's the way you do it. It's pretty simple. So CITI. Now, Qualtrics, you need to, if you don't have one, you need to establish an account. So here's how you go about doing that. So when you sign into Gardner Web to Web Connect, sign into Web Connect. And over here in the main menu where you have your email and Blackboard, I pull mine up to the top. See where it says Qualtrics first time users? Simply click on that and follow the directions, and it gives you the policy and all those things. And you establish a Qualtrics account. And then when you sign in, it will take you to Qualtrics where you can learn to build surveys. And you can build open-ended, and you can build, you can have different kinds of questions. Now, when you and I schedule a time later this semester on those weekends that we have off, that 2 weekends in September, if you need my help, you can schedule a time on Saturday mornings on the 28th or the 25th of September. And, you know, you need to have your account. You need to have gone in and kind of seen how it works and played with it and got some sense of it. But if you need my help, I'll help you build your survey if you haven't ready. If not, I will do a session if you don't know how to build a survey. Now, those are optional. If you've got Qualtrics, if you know, I got this, you know, that's up to you. But I will work with you in Qualtrics. Here's some of the surveys that I've done for your colleagues. That's Tawanda's. You know, a lot of you might want to do Denison, well-being surveys, alumni leadership, faculty leadership. We've done all kinds of surveys, volunteer functions, inventories, all kinds of surveys. And I can, you know, we can do multiple choice, we can do fill in the blank, we can do true false, we can do open-ended, we can do qualitative surveys, open-ended. Any kind of survey you can think of, we can do. And we'll build it, and you give it to me, and I'll publish it and give it back to you, and you can distribute it by email. It's really simple. But the main thing is you got to establish an account and go in and make sure that you can do that. And then I'll work with you individually. Okay? Any questions on Qualtrics? Again, you know, once you sign in right here, we've got this done. The university has got it. Now, it doesn't have all the functions. We have the cheap copy, of course, but we have more than enough for our purposes. Okay? Any questions on CITI or Qualtrics? Okay. Tell me about your consultancy. That's our last section for today. And you know, tell me where you are, who you're partnering with, and what you've done so far, and where you need to go next. So that's how we're going to start this. All right. I took everybody's name this morning, I believe. But I'm going to take notes again as we go. If there's nothing. All right. Kim, you're going to lead us off. Tell me about your consultancy.
All right, I'm partnering with a church in rural Davie County, North Carolina. The purpose of my project is to create a sustainability plan for the growth of the church, the growth of the community. The community is growing at a pace at which the church can't maintain its current building or sort of outreach program, and so it has to grow. And so we're looking at both the surrounding community as well as sort of the church demographic to determine how they can grow and continue to be sustainable in the next 50-ish years. Right now I've gotten a lot of qualitative data. I've done a number of interviews. I guess the next step for me is figuring out what quantitative data is available or what I could use to move forward. I'm sort of at a loss for what quantitative data to use.
Okay, so the problem is churches are literally dying.
Right.
Folks get old and age out.
Yep.
For the first time in the history of our country since the founding, less than half the population go to church.
Right.
47%. Now, basically the same number of people identify as Christians as ever.
Right.
That might be up a little bit actually, but church membership. So the problem that Kimberly is experiencing is while faith is at an all-time high, church attendance is at an all-time low.
Right.
It's not a question of faith. Is it a question of politics? Is that what's driving people to stay at home? I mean, COVID is not the answer. The membership was already pre-COVID. It was at 49%. So it has dropped a couple more points during COVID, but don't know that it will come back up even after COVID. But the problem already existed. It started about 18, 19, 20 years ago. We started seeing a pretty gradual decline. And so especially rural churches are dying out and they can't pay the pastor and they can't pay their, they can't pay. You say, well, churches are nonprofits. Well, yeah, on the tax business, but you still got to pay the power bill, your light bill, and you got to pay your paid employees and those kinds of things. And so, and some people had, one of the things, as I said, Dr. Hamilton does a lot of work. He's actually part of the North Carolina Presbytery, the Western, he's an officer in that. And we do a lot of work in churches, and I do the quantitative end. But one of the things we find is people had rather literally go out of business than to change. This is the way we've always done it. We don't want to do that. Well, you may have to change your vision of what your church is. I mean, the whole notion of the church is just like at Gardner Webb. Regardless of the vehicle, our mission is to spread the word of God. We do it through different curricula, but in the end, if we don't have any students, we can't spread the word. That's the bottom line. But we also got to have students to keep the doors open in terms of money. There is a business side to this. It's yes, the bigger issue, and it's bigger than all of us, is what our mission is. But if we don't have people if we can't pay the bills, we can't fulfill our mission. And so that's the problem in churches. And so I work with a lot of them. I have a survey that we use in quantitative, a church survey. We generally use the Denison, and we have modified it for churches. That's generally what you will use. Either that or the volunteer, one or the other. And I've got one who's doing both right now. Let's see, Tawanda. Is it Tawanda that's doing? No, Jackie. Jackie's doing both right now. Jackie Palmer's doing both. She's in her. They finished this semester, and she's done both. And so we've got, we've got a couple of surveys that you will use. And so as soon as you get established a Qualtrics account, you simply let me know and I will share with you those 2 surveys and you can look at them and see if you like them. We'll start from there. So that's an easy problem to solve. That'll be the easiest one I have today. So that's all well and good. Thank you. Tim, what you got?
I'm partnering with the libraries at UNC Chapel Hill and looking at ways to increase unrestricted dollars that come in every year as a result of really it's a trend. It's been a trend over the past couple of years. State and federal funding has decreased, and the need for funding for really universities to be successful has increased. And instead of like continuing to raise tuition, the need for philanthropic dollars to increase is apparent. So that's what I'm working to come up with ways for the libraries to do that.
Okay. Why does the library need money?
Why? Well,
Yeah.
The library, any library on any, I look at it like this: the library in general is the intellectual heart of a campus. They provide resources for students that a lot of times wouldn't be able to have some of the materials that they need. I know here at UNC we loan out books for students who can't afford to buy their own books, and I think that happened at Central, where I graduated from in undergrad, but I'm sure that happens at multiple libraries. They're also digitizing chapters so students can be able to access the materials that they need to learn. Then also like the research part behind it. So our health science libraries has been a major part of working to find I think it was Pfizer to find the cure for COVID, vaccine for COVID, and the booster shot that should be coming up. But they're very much needed.
So just like with Kim, why her project's important is because we want to spread the word of God. Why your project is important is because students have needs, and I mean this is how we kind of start with these things. Why is this important? What are you going to do with the money? A lot of times that tells us how we're going to then go about doing things. If we know what our problem is and why it's important, that kind of leads us to down the road to what data collect, what our research questions are, what data to collect, and which leads us, of course, to our data analytics, our recommendations, and our action plan.
Right.
And so we have to be able to clearly articulate why we need this money and what we're going to use it for. So a very worthy project. Unfortunately, as you know, during the pandemic, the need is much greater in most philanthropic or charitable organizations. And you have to be able to set yourself aside, Let me reach down here.
I'm supposed to tell you what data I collected. Correct.
Yeah. All right. So let me get
Yep.
St. Jude's, Humane Society, Metrolina Food Bank, Habitat for Humanity, Second Harvest Food Bank, these are ASPCA, I believe that's it. Oh, American Cancer Society, Kidney Foundation. My point is, during the pandemic, the charitable organizations that deal with basic human services, their need has increased greatly. And so one of your problems is going to be how you differentiate. See, some people are going to see your problem as, the metaphor, my gold shoes are too tight. You're talking about students at a major institute, a major university that are much more privileged than we're talking about now. We're trying to feed people. And so you're going to have to figure out a way to differentiate and make people see the importance of your need, as opposed to just getting people basic, a place to live, eviction prevention, pay the power bill, the rent, food, those kinds of things. You're competing for the same dollars. And so that falls under that. Why is this important? And how do I differentiate to our potential stakeholders, the people who might potentially give us money? How do we convince them that we're just as important and get in that line as the things that deal with basic human need? That's going to be, so that part in your introduction of why this is important, it's going to have to be pretty strong in order to provide a compelling argument as to why I ought to give to the library at Chapel Hill this month rather than Second Harvest Food Bank. Because all dollars are finite. They're not infinite. I mean, there's a limit. You just saw all the things that I've been asked to give to this month. That doesn't count all the local charities. In the town of Bowling Springs, where Gardner Webb is located, we have 2 elementary schools. We do a Little Bulldog backpack program. We send food home on the weekend for kids that don't have meals. We're going to have 20 more this fall than we had we ended with last spring. We're getting close to 100 now. We got to figure out how to raise more money. I say I'm one of their patrons, but our registrar, Lou Ann Skates, runs that program for the university. And we're talking about feeding kids. So how do you get in that line? It's going to be difficult. And so again, the question comes back to him, what data have you collected so far?
So I've collected a lot of quantitative data, comparing what we've used in the past to secure dollars, like the channels, the different levels that people have given, the number of people who have given, broken that down into what type of dollars is it unrestricted, has it been pledged? Also looked at, did the money come from an individual, or did it come from a corporation, or did it come from a trust, or someone who made a bequest or something like that? So all of that, what I'm doing, what I'm doing now, because I'm in phase 3, is I'm planning to do a survey for a few. I'm still trying to figure out how many donors I would like to do it on, but send the survey out just to get an idea about why they donate to the libraries and what draws them to the mission and to the 4 topics, well, to the funding priorities that we have for the library, and use all that data as I make my recommendation.
And so what you're saying is you're going to ask people why they give and what their characteristics are. We're trying to define those variables so that we can find more that look like them and hit them up for money.
I mean, I feel like
that's pretty smart. I mean, that's what I do.
Yeah,
I mean, I figure out who gives and why, and I try to find more of them.
Yeah, you're right. And I do want to say one thing. It's more than just hitting people up for money. I know I'm at the libraries, but before, when I was at I went from everywhere from the Raleigh Boys and Girls Club with their foundation to the Raleigh Food Bank, where I still volunteer a lot of my time doing what I'm doing here. They just pay better here.
Mhm.
The work that we do is like how we go about it is still the same. I just want to throw that out there. I don't want anybody to think I'm just out here asking people for like dollars. I'm not an asshole. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, but there's a science to giving.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're trying to do, is you're trying to use the scientific method to be as efficient as possible. There's nothing unethical or assholish about that. I mean, you know, you look at who gives, what level they give, and what their connections, what those variables are, and then you hunt more people that look like them. That's just smart. That's what you do with data. That's exactly what we do with data. Again, it's about probability. If, you know, we're looking for people that look like them, because the probability is if we can identify them, they'll give to us. I mean, that's what we're doing. Again, this is in practice probability. We identify the characteristics and the variables of the people who give, and then we hunt more like them. Because we can't, you know, one of the things that we have to realize in giving that's hard for advancement or endowment people to understand is you always got to find more. You know, just trying to get people to give more all the time, the same people, is a fool's errand. You'll run out. You know, it's got to be wider rather than deeper. I mean, you can't just say, well, you gave $100 last year, could you give us $250,000 this year? No, it doesn't work that way.
Right.
You got to find 2 more people that can give 100 this year. You got to expand your base. And you do it through demographics. And through that demographic data where you look for those variables. That's exactly what you do. And so my suggestion on your survey, when you're looking at your donors, is try to collect some data about them, so that we can find more like them. Who are our donors? Not just what is their name, but who are they in terms of their demographic set, their data set, and then we'll find a way to find more that look like that, and expand our giving base. That's the way advancement's supposed to do it. But unfortunately, most of the time they just try to get the same people to give more all the time, and that's just a fool's errand. It never goes well.
Dr. Lamb, for Tim, is that part that he just said, that you just said, is that kind of like unearthing the gap analysis also?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's exactly, again, it's gap times number. Again, we got to factor that in. You know, we're looking for more. We're looking for more donors. We're trying to increase the number. I mean, we need more that'll give a little than just a few to try to catch the whale that'll give a lot. Because one of the things that Tim said there is sometimes the whale dollars, the big dollar donors, it costs us more than we get from them. And let me explain how that works. At Gardner Webb, the Tucker family that owns one, I don't know if it's Rack Room Shoes or Pick and Pay Shoes, one of them squeaky shoe places that they get wet, they squeak. They've made millions. They've made a fortune selling cheap shoes. Buy one, get one, or buy one half off. I don't know what it is, but anyway, they gave $5 million to Gardner Webb a few years back. But that money was earmarked for one thing and one thing only, was to build a new student center. And so Gardner Webb entered into another $25 million of debt in order to be able to utilize that $5 million. So that $5 million cost them $25. That's part of the problem with the whale donor business is they want something in return, and they want something in kind. And most of the times that costs the university a whole lot of money. And if you're looking, the demographics of the smaller donors is they're just looking for a tax write-off. They just want to help. But so again, it's I would prefer to have more of the smaller ones than one of the bigger ones, because of the in-kind that you have to give them. And also, that those people tend to be old and die, and then the money dries up. You know, if one of your $100 donors dies, you're out $100. But if your $5 million donor dies, you're out $5 million. So again, that's part of that gap analysis. And so one of the things that advancement people, the fundraising, get down, the people that you got to understand is yeah, it's wonderful to catch a whale every now and then, but a lot of them, there's a lot of money involved. Or my buddy Woody's just retired out of that line of work. Problem with a lot of them is you don't get the money until they die, and then you find yourself sitting around hoping that somebody will die. That's not good. So that we need some money. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm not a good person. When I was in CMS and was the deputy, and we get on the news, I'd pray for a car wreck or a shooting on the west side to get us off the news side. You know, you don't want to be in a position where you're hoping something bad happens every day so that you will benefit. And unfortunately, in the advancement world, you know, Woody said every day he's opening a newspaper, hoping somebody died because we're short on money. You don't want to be. That is not what you want to be. Trust me. So again, identify your giving base, who they are, and try to find more like that is a much better approach to giving to something like a library. Because, you know, again, people are going to be in the course of human events, making sure people get fed are a little more important. I hate to say that, but people will still give a smaller amount to something like the library. But you know, so that's kind of the tack that you need to take. Okay, excellent. Jamaica, I embarrassed you a while ago by looking at the grade center here.
Cool. So I'm doing my project with the African American Culture Center at NC State, partnering with them because their office has recently had a organizational change. Literally everyone that worked in the office either left voluntarily or involuntarily, and there's a whole new staff that's in the space. And the problem is that there wasn't any documents that talked about like what are the significant programs, events, things that they support, and how should they continue to move forward. So my project is helping them figure out what is a good action plan of formatting the office, making sure that we are having programs and events and signature things that advance and support students and the larger campus community.
Okay, that's excellent. Is that office still over there off Dan Allen near the old Harris Hall, or you moved somewhere else on campus?
Yeah, it's in Witherspoon. Yep.
Yeah, Witherspoon. Okay.
Witherspoon. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, but yeah. So yeah, there's elements of project management in that. There's also elements of mission vision. What should we be doing? What were we doing versus what should we been doing? How are we spending our time, money, and resources? You know,
yes,
that's inherent in that, you know, in that plan going forward. Do these activities align with our mission vision? You know, you got to be careful in organizations not to do stuff that it'd be good to do, or that'd be fun, or that'd be nice, or you know that would be a good PR. But do those things fit with your mission vision? That's really what this is about. What have we doing? But what should we be doing going forward to advance our agenda? And your agenda, you know, of course, is your mission vision. What are we trying to accomplish here? What is our purpose? Why do we exist? Churches exist. Gardner Webb is supposed to exist for the purpose of furthering the kingdom of God. You know, Tim's working with a library. It's supposed to, you know, further advance, be the heart of the university, and advance the knowledge base of the institution. I mean, there's a reason why you exist, and what you do links back to mission vision. Of course, you already know that, but so again, a worthy project. Heather, what are you doing?
Hello. I'm working with our Student Leadership and Service Office to redesign their leadership program for students. They got a grant like 15 years ago that they utilized to create this program, but it hasn't been reworked in like 5-6 years. It was very outdated. A lot of the data and the data that they have collected for that program doesn't exist anymore. A lot of the sessions that they utilize, it's just outdated and old information. So I'm redesigning it for them.
Well, that's great. Do you have some sense of when your next, I mean, if it's a grant, there's deliverables, and from the grant, when is that timeline?
So the answer is no, but last I heard is that they received the grant and they enjoyed the program so much that they created a budget line for it.
Okay.
But once that budget line was created, they kind of fell off with implementing it.
Yeah.
So the money is sitting there for something to do. They just are not implementing it right now. So.
Okay. So actually what you're doing is more of a program design rather than redesign.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said, well, Deol, that's just semantics. That sounds rather moronic, but it probably is. But how you redesigning an existing program is different than designing a program.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that. The problem that you get into is redesigning an existing program is territory, turf, those kinds of things. We've always done it this way. We've always done this, regardless of whether we knew why we did it or not. And so, but designing a program, you get to start from scratch, and you don't have all these vested self-interest kinds of things, is actually much easier than a program redesign.
Well, fun fact, my consultancy advisor is the person who sat on the original committee when they designed the program.
Mm-hmm.
So she's having a lot of feels about how my list is trash. So we're gonna change
I didn't catch that last part.
she's having a lot of feels about me giving them new ideas because the original program is just not great.
Yeah.
So I'm having to work through
because
that process with her.
Yeah.
Because she's really
she has ownership in that. I get it.
She loves it. And I'm like, good. You should. But it's okay. We are working through it slowly but surely.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You have people who have bought in and who have capital, and exactly. Redesign is much tougher than design because you have people who have ownership or who have taken ownership, and we've always done it this way, and I designed it. I love it. I think it's great. Well, that it doesn't work is immaterial to them. They ignore the data.
Yeah, and what I'm also running into is that even current students are not even aware that this program exists at all. So I have no baseline of what worked well and what hasn't. So I think that'll be an interesting.
Yeah, you got no data. You got no performance data. Well, that's what happens. That's just like that summer C program. Not only did they not have any performance data, they didn't want it because they had goal displacement. What had initially started out as a program to help kids transition from elementary/middle, junior, to high school, it morphed into this is summer work for us. And so they intentionally didn't want to collect any performance data because they didn't want anything that ran contrary to the narrative that this is a great program that works. Based on what?
Yeah.
Because I said so. Again, not good. Candace, what you doing?
I'm currently working with the Division of Student Affairs at my institution, trying to I guess, uplift their employment engagement initiatives, and just try to figure out, we have the data. So my project started off with the data from the UNC system, culture, student affairs culture survey, and that's where the data came from of the low engagement and morale. So we're just trying to figure out, like, why is this a continual issue? It was already bad before COVID, but COVID kind of like pushed it to its end.
Mm-hmm. And of course, all of those kinds of surveys and initiatives are about retention. We have to understand that to begin with, and that goes back to Hertzberg, satisfaction and dissatisfaction. That's going to be your theoretical framework, of course, because the reason why we do cultural surveys is about job satisfaction and retention. That's the bottom line. It's not that we really care how you feel or don't feel, or if you're being self-actualized. We know that turnover is bad, and so people are unmotivated or dissatisfied. We try to figure out why, because we want them to be. We feel like if they're happier, they'll stay, and we won't be turning over and lose productivity all the time. So that's a Hertzberg study. So yeah, you've got the right tool there, the right survey. That's good. Just understand that in the end, rarely do we actually. We got to be careful not to think that we're just doing it so people will feel better. In the end, do people, is our retention? That's what we'll eventually. When we say what is kind of the bottom line here, well, people feel better and they're happier and more satisfied. But for the organizational perspective, do they stay? We're actually looking at retention. While we're appreciative that people feel better, happy, more satisfied, what we're really interested in is that we don't turn them over all the time. All right, Melody, what you got going on?
I'm partnering with an elementary school to create a mentoring program that pairs an at-risk student with an adult in the building. Important because we have students with unbelievable social emotional needs. When the program started, this was pre-COVID, when I put together my action plan, and we thought at that point that most of the issues would be just behavioral issues and students who needed more than the classroom teacher could provide. What we found out as soon as we started implementing, because everything you said about don't implement, run to the wind is kind of, I've implemented in the 2020-2021 school year. We started in September and ran through May. We found that most of the students being identified by teachers in the building weren't behavior, it was social emotional issues, lack of confidence, loss of a parent or a grandparent, just how needy they were. And we can't begin to teach students with all this other going on. So we did implement in September and paired. We started out with 15 students, and students continued to be identified. So 21 students paired with adults, so 21, and they're all volunteers. So I recruited volunteers to be part of the program. And so I did surveys every 5.5 to 6 weeks of the adults, interviewed students, because students ranged from kindergarten to 5th grade, more in the upper grades, 4th and 5th grade. At the end of May, I interviewed every mentee and every mentor and collected survey information, and then spent the summer kind of looking for themes, which now I know Quadrants will do that for me. So if it's okay, we'll probably go back and add all that data in to be sure that the themes that I identified are really the themes that would have come through. So looking at the successes and what we could do differently, we are iteration 2 is starting. Teachers are starting to identify students for this next school year. So my program will run again this 2021-2022 school year.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a lot of what you said not to do, but I do have a great relationship with my sponsor. And so far, it has worked really well in my case.
Well, that's great. That's absolutely wonderful. But you know, for the purposes of what we're doing, when I say don't do that, is that it's a lot of work. It's a lot extra. It can go bad. It can go wrong. And you know, and I've told people, and I'll tell you, you know, focus on your write up and getting through your doctoral program, and you know that's kind of, you got to be selfish. That's got to kind of come first. But you know, but what folks generally do is, I'm suspecting, because they're good quality people, is they spend their time on the program rather than trying to look after themselves. And you know, there's a time space continuum. You know, there's only a finite amount of time and energy and places you can be. And sometimes we have students who get sucked into the implementation and don't get everything together to get out of the time. We had a pastor down in Fayetteville. That's what happened with him. And he was a year late getting out because he got so involved. It was his own church and he was doing the project in. He got so involved in it that the actual implementation, that he didn't have time to, you know, to write everything up and get through. And so that was a good learning experience for all of us. He was early on in the program, that you got to be a little selfish and make sure that you protect your time and get all your stuff done. But if you're working in something that you're involved in, that you're a part of the organization, it's just natural that you spend a lot of time doing that. And that tends to be the problem. But again, a worthy project. All right, Marla.
I am partnering with the TRIO Student Support Services Program at my institution on developing a recruiting model to increase enrollment at our 5 satellite campuses. Currently, they are required to have 175 students annually in that program, and all of those students are at our main campus, our central campus. So that defeats kind of our whole college goal. The whole reason of having satellite campuses is so students can go to any campus they need to get the services or programs that we have. So the fact that they can't seem to recruit students at other campuses is not meeting a college goal. So that's what I'm partnering with them on.
Yeah. In 2004, I wanted to do an extension course through CPCC. And of course, I lived just north of the Miraculous campus. It was called the North Campus at the time. But I had to end up, I did take the course, but I had to go to the Levine campus that went out in
Matthews.
I had to go to that one. And that was before 485 was around the campus. So I had an hour drive one way to get to the campus. And so a lot of the things that I would like to take, or that I would take, they never offer at where I am. And so my suspicion, I'm just using myself as an example here. My suspicion is that we don't, it's kind of like, if you will offer it, they'll come, but if you don't come, you won't offer it. And you schedule these classes, there's an issue with, you know, the satellite campus system in community colleges. And please don't get me started. I could rant for another hour on how they've been overbuilt. We have too many. We have 56 community and technical colleges across North Carolina. We need about 26, and many of them have additional satellite campuses. There's just not enough folks to go around where you know, you can't offer everything at every campus, and trying to figure out which ones you ought to be offering. And so a lot of it has to do with course selection. It's not just community college. there's, that's college in general. Gardner-Webb's going through a crisis right now. Again, how do you get students in? Well, we're not offering the right things according to some. But we can't offer those things unless we have students. But if we don't have students, we can't offer them. So we're kind of caught in that, and that's tough. It's very tough. We just, and part of the community college system is we built back in, the youngest one of them is like 52 years old. They're between 52 and 62 years old. And in terms of the physical campuses, and many of them have satellites, and keeping them up, and they were built at a time when, we didn't have the road system. So you weren't supposed to have to go more than one county away. And then we built just like, isothermals in Rutherford County, and then they built a satellite over in Polk. And we built them as if we still travel by horse and buggy, rather than modern automobiles. And that's part of it. We designed the system around proximity rather than programs. And that we've never really been able to get away from that. That was a fatal flaw in the design, unfortunately. And so, as you have discovered, my suspicion is those 5 satellite campuses are not producing the enrollment that they need to pay the bills. I can tell you right now, the times that I've taken classes, the one down in Matthews, we were the only class there all summer. The only class that was there all summer. There was about 20 of us. We were it. They had to open the whole place up just for our one class. And so.
Was that a Saturday class or it was during the week?
It was Friday, Saturday.
Okay. Yeah. Because it's changed somewhat during the summer, during the daytime, but the weekend, yes, it may be just
like
a
Gardner-Webb.
handful.
When I was there, when I left yesterday afternoon, Gardner-Webb on Friday, I could lay down in the road, but got run over. But Friday, Saturday is death at college campuses. We were it. And so, but the thing about it is the bills keep coming. Power bill, the water bill, every day. And how do you utilize your space in your buildings? How do you get people in? How do you increase your enrollment? Especially in community colleges with one on every corner. North Carolina has community colleges like Florida has drugstores, one on every corner. And so, that's a problem. And you compete against yourself. That's the thing. You have to compete against yourself. All of those different campuses, it's from CPCC, have to compete against themselves. These are problems endemic with that. A worthy project to try to do that, because if you can't generate revenue, you can't stay open. As we continue to give less and less money to public education in North Carolina. Therein lies the problem. Of course, we have folks in positions, leadership positions, elected officials who would prefer to go back to the first half of the last century, not just to the last century, but to the first half of the last century, prior to Brown and Civil Rights Act and some of those things. They want to go back to the first half of the last century. And so, and part of that plan is not to fund education where people might think for themselves. They have this notion that colleges indoctrinate people to be liberals. No, they just ask them to think for themselves. That don't usually go well for the people who want to return to the first half of the last century. Because unless you look like me, old white man, things don't go too well for you. They didn't in the first half of the last century. So, but that's a political aside, but that's part of it as well, is who you serve matters to these people as well, and that don't believe that those folks ought to be served. So that's why the money is drying up for community colleges. David, what you got? I know you're doing a site plan for Anson County.
Yeah, well, the zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
A draft zoning ordinance and been working with them since last November. And it does, like you mentioned earlier, it does have some project management included. And Anson County is one of those counties in North Carolina that does not have zoning, countywide zoning. They do have a portion of it on Highway 74. I'm sure you're familiar with that area through Wadesboro. But the county itself, countywide, does not have it. So they brought me on to help them draft the ordinance. And I've been in planning long enough to know that I can help you write it and I can help you do zoning map, but then you can take it and try to get it adopted and implemented.
Yeah, exactly. That's the political piece.
Yeah, and so I don't want to be. I can go and help them. I think when that part. Matter of fact, the only part of my doctoral project is developing a draft zoning ordinance
And hand it to
I
them.
end that in December, and that's it. But then they're hiring me to help them do a zoning map.
Yeah, that's a different job. You got to be hired to do that. That's exactly right.
Oh yeah, exactly. And so they're losing population. Since 2010, they were 22,000, 24,000. The census data just came out here recently. They've actually lost from 2010 to 2020 about 5,000 in population. And that's a problem. I think that's a factor of, the thinking maybe in Anson County a little bit. And so what I have done is I've done a survey already, and it's more of a attitudinal type survey for those who've actually participated in our town hall input meetings, which I designed and created, and as a part of the process. And it's hard. I mean, people are saying, all kinds of. I got called a Marxist because I told a veteran that, hey, thank you for your service. I'm also a veteran, and he commented back to me that I never known a former vet to be a Marxist, and so those kind of things, I don't respond to, but that's part of the process from an observational thing. But in terms of data collected, doing the surveys, like I said, it's more attitudinal. Some of the quantitative data out there is that out of 100 counties in North Carolina, Anson is one of, it's about 70 counties that have countywide zoning, about 19 that has partial. So Anson County is sitting out there in the island upon itself. And what we're trying to prove, we're trying to prove it, but we're trying to show how zoning has an impact with economic development. It's not the only layer, but it is part of it. And what I've done is I've researched, I mentioned Georgia, which is in proximity to North Carolina. In comparison, they're somewhat similar. However, Georgia has about 152 counties, so it's fairly large number of counties in Georgia. And the research is really connected. I'm talking about economic development. Other variables is property values, safety of the community. And so I've been able to extrapolate from that data in my lit review, and also in this process, I've been able to extrapolate from that data some things that we're seeing in Anson County. And what I'm trying to show them, like you said, is probability. I tell them, I said, I don't know. We won't know for 10 years once you adopt it. But I've told them if zoning was an issue, then the counties in North Carolina that has it would have already repealed it by now. And in North Carolina, zoning in counties started around 1950s and cities around 1930s. I said, we don't have any data to suggest that. And in fact, in South Carolina, a lot of counties have it, and they're the only county in this region. So that's what I've collected. And the input, Dr. Lamb, is it's not necessarily, I don't know, scientific, but we had the town hall meetings in 5 different geographical areas of the county. So we have some some
That'd be
distribution.
qualitative data.
Qualitative, yes, sir, around the county to establish some equilibrium in terms of where people are coming from. And we surveyed them individuals right at the spot. We couldn't do it through the county system because they had a ransomware, which you may have heard about, attack. So they don't have really a lot of capacity for information technology. So we've had to do it the old fashioned way, earn it. So we had to,
Yeah.
you've heard that. So we've actually gave out papers, we've gotten them back, and I'm in the process of recording every single response that we've gotten. And I'll be able to use, I want to be able to use that data in my project. And also when I make my presentation to the county commission, it's coming up pretty soon, about, how did we get here? They did a land use plan that was approved in April, which one of the goals was to do zoning. So I want to use that data, the input data, and to be able to say, this is why. Now, I can't say that zoning is going to help prove the economic development status. All I can say is based upon doing a regression analysis and looking back at other counties in North Carolina and Georgia, this is what we had.
This is the NFL Combine example.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly is. I can't guarantee this kid's going to be a success, but what I can tell you is this people who've had success that look like this, and these are the characteristics. I can't tell you that a zoning plan will make you successful. I can pretty much tell you won't be unless you have them. Now, it's the first step in that, but there's other things that will make you successful. But if you don't have one, you won't be. Again, if you don't have that basic level of skill, just like combine.
Yeah, exactly. And the probability of you not being successful goes up. And in fact, one of the arguments I'm making is things called Lulu's, locally unwanted land uses, that once they find out the answer, there already been a dumping ground per se. But now that we're working on it, it's getting out there, the word is getting out. You better hurry up, get the answer. Because if you want to do these gambling, they got gambling sites and they're complaining about that. You mentioned chicken poultry plant, chicken poultry. Zoning North Carolina, you can't regulate it because they're considered bona fide farms. But in terms of dumping grounds for like ATV tracks and dump trucks and landfills, right? The people say, well, can you do something? We can't do anything now. But once you do this ordinance, you can. So the word is getting out, and a lot of concern from citizens is becoming the dumping grounds as we do this process.
Yeah, that's part of it. But that's what you get into, folks, with implementation. The level of politics and rancor and anger, opposition to change. He's a Marxist because he wants to tell somebody what they can or can't do with their land. See, that's when you start talking about implementation. You open up a whole nother can of worms. And that's fine. Like with David, he's being paid to do that, but you got to get yours first before you get into that. Make sure that you understand. All right, Blair.
Yes, I'm working with a nonprofit organization whose mission is basically to empower and encourage their girls from ages 10 to 18 to go out and be trailblazers in their community. They offer certain programs such as College Prep 101 and small group mentoring sessions. And through some observations, it appears that the advisory board lacks organization. So I was going to work with them to develop a plan to help develop their advisory board in an effort to help them increase their engagement and funding.
Board development, yeah. That's a worthy cause and a worthy thing. So board development. The drawback on board development is participation from board members. As you know, especially on boards that are just voluntary, is getting people to actually show up. That's going to be your challenge. Now, if you have a group of people on the board who are highly motivated, it's wonderful. Because it's just, just tell me what I need to do. But if you have boards that, when you have a board meeting, less than a quorum shows up, it's just something to put on a resume, or it looks good, or they thought, they wanted to help you. they want to be on a board, but don't want to do any work kind of thing. Board development, in certain circumstances is very good, in others it's not. And it's all about participation of the people that are on the board. And so I said that to say this, you might want to do some norms and values work with it. You know, these are the things that the expectations of being on the board, you know, setting your norms and values. You know, you come to the meeting, you know, you fulfill your role. Roles, norms, and values have to be defined, and then you can get to the actual, you know, training. But if you got to make sure you do those first. Otherwise, you may be just preaching to yourself or to the choir, that you can't get the people that you actually need to. How many times have you heard people say, you know, that nobody shows up to the parent meetings at school, like the ones that show up I didn't need to talk to. It's parents that I need to talk to that doesn't come. It's the same way with boards. People that I needed to talk to that never come to the meeting. It's exactly the same thing. So that will be my suggestion on yours is in your lit review, you talk about norms, roles, and values, and establishing those, and then you can do the board development. That's the direction that I would go, and I think you would be, you know, you'll be much you'll be much better for it if you do that. But that's great. For the project. Alexander, certainly not least but last, tell us about your project.
Yes, I am kind of looking inductively at a local, and when I say local, I'm in Charlotte-based, Black-led startup. So an entrepreneurial effort, and kind of seeing what implications there are for leadership and success. And that's as compared to, I guess, what we might think of as traditional organizational structure, practice, procedure, because their claim to fame is kind of doing stuff. What's the word? They're not anti-establishment, but they are very trying to be innovative, I guess, in their approaches to their work and development. So the kind of
a new paradigm.
Say again?
A new paradigm.
Yeah, and just thinking through what their racial identity, what their cultural experiences implicates for how they lead. But the kind of deliverables of the project are to say, you know, even doing that, you know, are there traditional practices that could help to support your success, even with what you're trying to do? So it's the goal is to have, you know, my inquiry develop into kind of a set of manuals that have, you know, organizational chart, that have mission, vision, value statement, that have diversity statement, that have this, you know, those kinds of sort of traditional structural things, because they're early in their development as an organization.
That is correct. That would be, you know, you're looking at Google's social systems model. The paradigm of, you know, of how an organization functions. Yes. And so what they're wanting to do is not go the traditional route, but kind of develop their own paradigm of how all the different parts interact, a new social structure for the modern world, for millennial type people that doesn't look like people, you know, the structure for millennials don't need to come to the office. They work off their phones. They, you know, sometimes things that matter to me don't matter at all to them, and vice versa. And so what a lot of folks are trying to do, especially in the more progressive cities like Charlotte, is design organizations that reflect the characteristics of a more modern generation rather than the more traditional, you know, brick and mortar type business that their idea of a business or an organization is not bound by the physical characteristics of the organization. I've tried to help a couple of those myself. I'm not sure I'm the right person for that. That's more qualitative work.
So I've done the Denison survey with them, and a lot of interviews of different constituents. So some with their clients, with contractors that they work with, and with the co-founders.
Yep, that's what you would use, that Denison culture survey. In that, again, that goes back to social systems model. That's your theoretical framework. Pretty simple stuff, pretty standard. Well, I didn't hear anything today that scares me. Worthy projects. So if somebody has done well with you, or you've done well with yourself, these all fit fairly easily into our theoretical frameworks. Your review of literature ought to be pretty simple. The data collection will be straightforward. I don't see anything here that we can't have an absolute wonderful plan at the end for your proposal defense that you can't either collect data this semester or next to be done with this thing. Nothing scares me here. Everything is good. I don't always say this. Last spring I had 16, and about 14 of those, everything was just peachy, but 2 of them, not so much. It really wasn't a problem, but the problem was it really wasn't a project. There wasn't a problem, and we couldn't say, why is this important? And you know, it was just one of those, it'd be nice if we did this. Well, but you know, that's not a project. And so you all have worthy projects, and they all fit within the scope of what we do as consultants. So kudos, well done. I told you a story, we went too late, but at least I wasn't talking during all the time. I appreciate you playing along today. It's been a lot of fun. I could stay with you all the time. I know y'all got other things y'all would like to do. As we go forward, if we can find a Saturday that we can meet, if COVID slacks off any, but that's not now. When we meet again, in what's that? We meet again in 2 weeks on we meet again on September the 11th. Is that correct? We only do 9 to 1 on those days, but your charge between now and then, as we look at our weekly schedule, is to pull that up here. Is to get in your groups and have your case study 16 presentation ready. That's where we need to be. And so again, let's go back to our Blackboard shell. Please don't have kicked me out in the meantime. There we go. If you will look under class materials, October, that one is, you will see, here is your case study. You can go ahead again, you click on this link to join me in 2 weeks on Saturday morning. There's more information under your case study materials folder. Again, our groups are on the front page, and I'll go over those again. How to analyze a case study, here are the directions. Here's the reflection rubric. Here is the first case study. This is why it says first. This is the one we're going to do. And yes, everybody does the same one. Everybody does the same one. And your groups are under course overview. Right here are your groups, right there. And so you should be zooming to put together. I expect a PowerPoint on that case study, and then you'll do your reflection afterward. I would encourage you to wait till after the Saturday presentations to write your half page reflection. You might catch something in that, but that's when you tell me exactly what you learned. Remember, those go into Dropbox, so only I can see those. So if you want to vent about, my team is dysfunctional or whatever, I need to know that. But just prepare for your case study, and I will see you in 2 weeks. Everybody have a good rest of your weekend.
We had a question in the chat.
Okay.
It said, since the test review is on the schedule, do you recommend that we wait until after that?
Wait a minute. Let me see. What is let me see what the question is here. Since the test review is on the schedule, do we wait till after that? Yeah. Yeah, we'll at the end of the class next time when I cover chapter 1, I'll kind of we'll do review for the test. We can look at the test and what's on it. Again, the tests are for you to assess where you are and what you're doing. You can take it before, you can take it unlimited times. If you've taken one and we can review it if you haven't. But again, the project in this class is you. The tests are not gotchas. They're not one-time only. That introductory test, you can take it 17 times if you want to, until you feel like you got it. So if you take it before, that's fine. Take it after, that's fine. I'll do the chapter and I'll review what's on the test. These are things you need to know. Again, there's no secrets. I don't want you to have to try to interpret what this Deol telling. What's important about all this stuff that crazy man tells us every week. I'm gonna tell you exactly what you need to know. Yes, we'll do the review, but you can choose. You can do the test before or after. That's up to you, and you can do it both before and after. I see somebody's already taken one test and got like 23 or 24 or whatever it was. You can take it again if you want to. If it were me, I'd take it, maybe about once a week to make sure I didn't forget stuff. To help solidify and remember my learning. I just run in right quick and take it. Some people, that helps them. The test format in this kind of a course helps. And the tests are not gotchas there to help you. If how well can you do? I think I know this stuff, but now if you ask me and I have to be able to perform, that's when I know it or not. I tend to find that helps folks. It's not a gotcha thing or a penalty. It's a help for you. It helps aid you in your learning, because you got to retain this stuff. It's not. Some of it's not intuitive. Some of you have seen it before. Some of you haven't, but you got to retain it. A lot of it is just simply how do we put all the connections together? It's not just memorize random things. You have to be able to put it all together and make it make sense. That's the trick. That's what the leader does. That's what we expect y'all to be. Anything else?
Can I
Yes.
ask you one other question? And please forgive me if I should know this. On September 11th, are we presenting our case studies
Yep.
here? So we're not recording those in advance like
No.
we've done in previous classes.
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, you got to present it live.
Okay.
How can I yell and throw stuff at a video and make fun of it? I mean, that's no fun at all. No. I want the pressure of having to do it live with me watching. And I'll just say anything. That. Y'all have already figured that out. I have no filter. But that's part of the fun of it, though. Is that you get to present live. I want them live.
Thank you.
Great questions. Well, I've had as much fun as I've ever had. I've had the time of my life. I've never felt this way before. I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you. Who knows what movie that's from?
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing. That's where my second home is I'm from there, and so that's where I was all week. I can look out and see the water where they did where she dove up in his arms. That's my place. But all right, I'll see y'all in 2 weeks. Y'all behave yourselves. Thank you. Bye-bye.